Hello there, my chatterinos. How the devil are we all? I'm sensationally well, I thank you for asking. We're going to be on with No Justice MTG shortly. But I wanted to bring you an update first, before we get to that, just a couple of seconds. You may have seen with me yesterday, we were watching the riots in Buenos Aires, Argentina. And there was a specific old woman who the cameras were sort of on for quite some time. And I went into this little weird rant about, like, do the police really want this to be, you know, the way they're viewed around the world and so on. But we didn't know what had happened to her, right? And I was sort of thinking about that specific older woman, and she was in like her 70s or whatever. And I thought to myself, like, I hope she's okay. I had that sort of thought pop into my head earlier today. And lo and behold, out of nowhere, I was just sort of strolling through Twitter, X, the everything app. And lo and behold, what did I stumble upon? Literally, completely randomly. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, I fucking hate everything and I want to die. Fucking absolute cuntbags. Right. What did I stumble upon? But this footage. Of the old woman. That's her. That's literally her. And firstly, she's got fucking balls on her. But secondly, look how big and bad this copper is. Literally firing fucking beanbag rounds at a woman who's about fucking 80. Oh, you must be super proud of yourself, my dude. You must be super proud. What a fucking big, strong man you are. Did you go home to your kids that night and tell them that's what you did? That you fired rounds at point-blank range against a solitary 80-year-old woman? I mean, can we get some 13... Can we get some 13-12s in chat, people? That's amazing. Face that, but technically it's America in as much as it's the landmass of America. But as you might be able to see in the top left there, we are talking about Argentina, which is the other end of the Americas. But yes, it is technically America. Anyway, the police, it's good to have it confirmed, even though it's not good that it exists. It's good to have it confirmed that the police are fucking scum everywhere. Always good to have that confirmed. In case anyone was wondering, you know? Just in case anyone thought, maybe the Argentine police aren't scum. No, they are. They are. Everywhere. Anyway, hello everybody. Don't forget, you can fire your beanbags of money into my decrepit old bank account. It's getting weird now. Yeah, you can give me money in the form of bits and subs and subscriptions and super chats and these things and other things probably, but I don't know, whatever. I don't fucking care anymore. As aforementioned, I hate myself and everything in the world. So, oh, who's got a spinning A-cab? That's fucking dope. Segway Films. Do I subscribe to these people? Am I a follower of this person? I am not, but now I am. If you have a spinny A-cab emo, I'm definitely... That's worth a follow for anyone's money. Fuck yes. Inject your funds into Kev's honey pot. You don't need to make it weird. You didn't need to make that weird. You didn't. Also, like, honest to God, I hope I've got that much fucking gumption when I'm 50, let alone when I'm 80. Look at her. Come on then, you cunts, I'll have you. Like, look at her. She's got more backbone than the entirety of like the Labour Party or the fucking the Democrats or anything put together. Yeah, salutes in chat, because she's a fucking proper one. Jesus. She's a hero. I need to find out who this person is. She's a hero. God dang it. I tell you what. What am I doing? Oh yeah, no justice. Oh. More riz than I'll ever... Well, look, she's got more riz than all of us. And I think we just need to come to terms with that. It's okay not reaching greatness. Okay? Very few people can ever achieve this level of riz. That's just a fact. Very few. So, and there's no shame in not being that awesome. But we can all strive for that level of awesomeness. And I think that's important. Absolute legend. Yes. So, I don't know what we're doing for the first hour before question time happens. I'll be entirely honest with you. I have no fucking idea what we're up to. But, you know. We're going to be looking at something. It looks like she's waving a fish. No, that is an Argentine flag. That's not very... There we go. There we go. That's probably a better look at it. It's quite windy by the looks of things. I mean, it's not a very well attached Argentine flag on the end of a stick. Is what that is. But yeah, no, she's in the Hall of Fame, definitely. 100%. Hello there, Helena.
Hello?
Hello?
How are you doing, fellow Tory enabler?
I'm very well, thank you. Hello there. I guess you must have started your stream by praising an Argentine granny as well.
What?
Exactly. See, I told you, chat. I told you she definitely would be. No, I'm only joking. We were watching the riots from Buenos Aires last night. As you do. Good content.
Oh, yeah.
And there's this one specific old woman who was like, looked really ill. Who I commented on. I was like, what the fuck happened to this old woman? Yeah. And then I found the clip of it, and the police fired beanbag rounds into her.
Good, as you do.
Yeah, because the police, there's a little bit of 1312 action going down, of course. But yeah, no, she's got the biggest bollocks of anyone on the earth. She has to carry him around in a fucking crate. It was amazing. Seriously, she's like walking them down, like walking down the police and shit. Fucking epic.
Absolutely, and it was the old people and the football fans standing together. A real lesbians and gay support the miners moment.
A little bit, yeah. It was so odd because it was about pensions. So there's lots of old people, and then the fans of the two local rival football teams who would usually be like cutting each other up, decided to join forces and burn police cars. Which, you know, is a thing that's technically terms of service, so we'll just leave it there. But
Yeah,
that being
we are just factually reporting the pattern of events. That's all we are doing.
exactly, it's just news. I'm just a journalist, okay? If Tim Paul can say he's a fucking journalist, I can as well.
Yeah,
And I'm
literally.
not being paid by any foreign states.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I know that Virgil has donated money to you.
Look, I can't possibly comment for legal reasons an ongoing issue in the courts. It's sub judice, okay? I can't mention it. Just saying. It's all good. Talking of weird names, did you see the reform candidate that's been going viral?
No, I have not seen this. Also, just want to point out, sorry, Retro Jimmy in chat, what actually obliges any elected individual party to constrain to manifesto commitments? Well, nothing. Like, the House of Lords can reject anything that wasn't a manifesto commitment, because otherwise it can be forced through the Lords with the Parliament Act.
Yes.
The problem, of course, is that there's a matter of principle, that obviously little tweaks here and there, that shouldn't be like a specific manifesto commitment. That can be done on the fly. That's absolutely fine. The issue, of course, is when you do gigantic sweeping changes like cutting up the very basis of local democracy without a manifesto commitment to do so, right? I know that it's a bit wishy-washy, it's not kind of quantitative for me to just say, well, there is a line with which something becomes a big enough announcement that you should do as a manifesto commitment, but I feel like there's pretty vibes based as to what counts as being a large scale change or not. And I would argue that, scrapping NHS England or reorganizing all of the local authorities and not saying anyone in your manifesto you're going to do any of this, I think that is too far gone from what is democratically accountable.
Yeah. In terms of it being vibes based, the entirety of the British non-written constitution is vibes based. Our entire system of legality is vibes based. It's fucking nonsense. Yeah, it's literally like the executive exists because of the confidence of the legislature. What the fuck does that even mean? Well, we know what it means in practice, but it's again lots of vibes based nonsense. Yeah, fundamentally, if it's going to be a massive change like that, I really think it should be fucking voted down. But it'll get through because, it's basically what the Tories want to do anyway.
Well, that's the thing, right? They know they can do whatever they want as long as the Tories agree, because the Tories have the plurality in the Lords.
Yeah, and of course, hang on, I'll get back to this lad in a second. He's not relevant for now. But what is relevant to the point I just made, is this. The mono party in action.
Must be so painful for the Conservative Party. It must be so painful watching a Labour government doing the things that they only ever talked about, reducing the size of bloated state bureaucracy, investing in defence, reforming our public services, bringing down the welfare bill. The public are asking, what is the point of the Conservative Party? I bet they're glad they chose change with Labour.
Yeah, what is the point of the Conservative Party when you already have the Conservative Party in power?
The red
now?
Tories, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's absolutely right. That you don't need to have the blue Tories when the red Tories are doing just as good a job of what the Tories would have done anyway. Or the irony, of course, is that there are plenty of institutionalists at the heart of the Conservative Party, like the Liberal Conservatives, the one Tory wing, who he is going much further than. Like, those people are far more closely related to liberal politics than he is in terms of what he wants to do. If anything, the Labour government isn't acting like the Conservative Party at large. They're acting like Britannia Unchained or the ERG, like the fucking whack job nutbar wing of the Conservative Party.
Yes, they really are. Yeah, they seem to be thinking, let's take out the threat of reform getting into action by just becoming reform in the first place, and therefore no one needs to worry because they're already in power, so it's fine.
Exactly. And see, getting rid of what did he say? They're getting rid of the bureaucratic red tape, or the bureaucratic state. Or bloated state bureaucracy was what he said he was going to get rid of.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, ultimately, it's they want to bring. They want to be able to privatise without much backlash, and this allows them that. In effect, I think is the underlying principle of why they're doing this. It's not about efficiency savings or anything of the fucking sort. Because if that were true, the Tories would have done this, I think. But
And things with regards to NHS England, that's like a Lansley reform thing. I'm not going to miss it too much, right? If those managerial people from there go into actual NHS trusts where we don't actually really have enough managers in that area, then I get it and it gives more democratic control. But democratic control for Wes Streeting to be able to serve his private sector masters is not a good thing. That's, in fact, a bad thing. But the other element of his removal of state bureaucracy is essentially commenting on making tens of thousands of civil servants fucking redundant to replace them with AI so that the donors to the Tony Blair Institute can get their pound of flesh out of state contracts at this point, because that's what the TBI is. It's just a lobby group for the artificial intelligence sector, which is just that's not protecting the dignity of work, is it?
Yeah, it's replacing humans with Palantir. Is what's going to happen.
Look, who says some fucking LLMs are going to be able to do the actual job of governance that the civil service were there to do? That technology's not in a fit state to fucking do that. But Tony Blair wants what Tony Blair gets.
True. Anyway, hello there, US A-hole and the US A-hole Raiders. Hello, everybody. I'm Kevin Logan. I'm a socialist from the UK. That's a place that you don't need to know about. It's fine, honestly. It's rubbish. You can hit the follow button if you wanted to. We're talking about all kinds of different things tonight. Everyone go and follow USA Hall. It's fucking awesome. I'm also here with No Justice MTG. Say hello.
Hi.
Technically, I said say hello, and you said hi. That is not. You have not followed the script there at all.
I'm a rebel.
You are.
Fuck you. Fuck you and do what you tell me.
Honestly, there's so much edge going on here right now, people. Go and follow them as well. They're fucking awesome. Yes.
Yeah, this is the essence of the modern Labour Party. It's more punitive on welfare, more austere on the level of government expenditure on central government activities, and more proud of the fact that they are doing it without mandate.
Yeah, basically. Pretty much. Victory is ours. But we'll get onto all of that in a second. Because Americans can at least enjoy the silliness of this. The reform candidate bloke. I promise you, this is true. This is a real person that really exists and is a real reform candidate.
Verge Richichi.
That's not a real name. And that person is a combination of a Guess Who character and a lost Chuckle Brother.
And Lloyd Grossman.
There's a touch of the Grossmans there as well. But what is Verge? Is that Virgil? But for some reason he's decided to spell it Verge. I've never heard that. And I'd feel bad about taking the piss out of someone's name if he was like... Victory is ours! Like Richichi sounds like it could be like, I don't know, fucking Indian name or something. But he's like some basic ass fucking... I can't say the word, can I? It is a saltine biscuit character, right?
The thing as well is, I tell you what he looks like. It's like, you remember that show called Honey, We're Killing the Kids?
I do remember that, yes. It was annoying middle-class pricks going to working-class parents saying, you're not feeding them very well, even though you can't afford to. Ha 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 ha!
Literally, like a real kind of Benefit Street era fucking monster television.
Evil.
And what they did the most grotesque thing I've ever seen, where they did like this 20-year fucking like future prediction of what their children would look like, and just dress them up like chavs, basically. Dress them up to what like the stereotypical kind of denigrating kind of view of what a chav would look like from a middle class perspective onto these people, and they just made them like fat and ugly and with no teeth, right? Or some shit. Like a 20-year prediction of what your kid will look like in the future. I reckon this Reform UK candidate is that, but done to Charles Amos.
That is a delightful reference point. Did you ever see the Dara O'Brien bit about you are what you eat, or whatever the fuck it was? Yeah, where he goes, basically, you know, they show their kid and they go, this monster, this evil, awful visage from the future, and it's basically just a picture of him.
Yeah. Apparently this guy is from Calabria in Italy, and I'm just like, Richichi is like what a low-level kind of Lego parody movie would call an Italian businessman.
Yeah, Or possibly if they had an Italian character in the Harry Potter stories. Spaghetti Riccici or something, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's very true. That's very true. And also, Ibstock and Appleby. That's the most British fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
I love having to try to explain to Americans that all of these place names are real. Yeah. Yeah, Cockermouth. I know it sounds like we made that up, but that's a real place that exists, you know.
Literally, Cockfosters.
Yeah, Cockfosters is a real place in London. Yeah. Which I was thinking about this the other day. Paddington Bear would have been very different depending on what station he was found at. Because honestly, Cockfosters Bear has a very different vibe to it, doesn't it?
Shitterton as well. Let's not forget Shitterton.
Shitterton, of course. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, this is. But I mean, it just shows you the kind of person that's attracted to Reform UK. Like they try and brandish their credentials as being a party that young men are flocking towards, despite the fact that they came like fourth behind the Greens, the Lib Dems, and the Labour Party at the election. And in terms of internal polling, they're still not doing that well with young people, certainly not as well as like left-wing parties are doing with young people. And you actually look at the people who go to Reform UK conferences. If you actually look at the people who stand for election for Reform UK or canvass for them, it's literally entirely people who look like this.
Well, it's entirely people that look like this. And also, so they've got the great replacement, it seems to me, is that very few white nationalists are actually like technically white. I mean, I know this guy's basically white, but he's like Italian white.
Olive-skinned.
Which is like, let's be honest, from the racist point of view, we'll accept you as part of the group for now. Do you know what I mean? Like with the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are white enough for now. You get a day pass into the white people club. And then, you know, you're not going to be able to become a full member, but, you know, you can stay, but just don't go below the red rope into the VIP area, please. Thank you. You know, so there's like him. Well, Ben Habib has now left, obviously, the Reform Party, but like all of these, the Roman statue, Avi Twitter racists, it's always like an Indian who lives in UAE or a Filipino guy or something. You know what I mean? Are there any white racists left? They're being replaced.
Also, it's funny to me how the kind of people who get attracted to political parties now, there's basically no like working class base anywhere. It's all just kind of different facets of like the professional class that gravitate towards each political party now, where like the Labour Party is full of people who worked in charities or who worked at like economics think tanks or whatever, like centrist ones.
Yeah.
The Conservative Party is full of like people from the financial sector, but not bankers, and people who work in like the petrochemical industry. Reform UK is like actual like wanker bankers, like people from the property sector, and people who have like generational wealth a lot of the time. They end up going to Reform UK. And what's another type of person who would go to like Reform UK? What kind of people would it be?
I mean, if to the degree they have any working class following, it's sort of former BNP people who have thought, you know what, we still need to hide our power levels a little bit more. That's about it, really. But even then, if you remember, the fucking BNP was led by Nick Griffin, who was literally a Cambridge graduate.
Yep.
Even the racists are led by fucking wankers. Anyway.
Means 'twas ever thus, right? I mean, Akala makes the point. It was like when the Windrush generation came over, there was the people they were working beside who showed solidarity with them. It was the fucking aristocrats, the one that went around trying to get them shipped back to the Caribbean.
Yep. Thank you, Niall, with a cheeky little donation. It's painful watching the Labour Party change into a force for cruelty that would make Cruella de Vil blush. It is. It wouldn't be as painful if they just transitioned from Blairism to this hyper-Blairism, if you will. But it's because we had a brief glimmer of hope that was then snuffed out. Aren't they happy they got their party back from those evil leftoids? Did you see a fantastic... well, I say a fantastic stat. It's actually a mind-numbingly awful stat. The UK's poorest households are now worse off than the poorest households in Slovenia, part of the former Yugoslavia.
Whoa, isn't that great? To be fair, Slovenia was like the part of Yugoslavia that everyone got mad at because they had more wealth than everyone
was the
else.
richest bit, yes, to be
Yeah.
fair. But that's the way I'm thinking about it, right? Why are we setting our sights as high as Slovenia? We can be poorer than Serbia. We can do this.
Well, the Kosovo can be poorer than Kosovo. Albania, let's go for Albania, right? Soon we'll get Albanian politicians getting mad for refugees fleeing from fucking Sunderland.
Exactly, yeah. It's going to be a bit
And
more...
that's not to denigrate Sunderland, right? Lots of lovely people come from Sunderland, but you guys have been like singularly fucked over by 45 years of neoliberal governments, and will continue to get fucked over by the new neoliberal government as well. And that's not your fault. That's not the fault of the Mackems. No, that's the fault of central governments hating the Northeast so much and wanting to destroy it from the inside out.
Yeah. You're not alone in being destroyed by neoliberalism, but you are almost the worst off. Almost, I think. I'd said technically, I think some of the Clydebank settlement, the little towns along the Clyde that used to make ships that don't make anything now, I think some of those are technically poorer, but it's a close run thing. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, we're literally
English Bob asks, are one of the wealthiest countries in the world, aren't we? And that is true. That is true. We, in terms of like GDP, we have the seventh biggest economy, sixth biggest economy in the world, something like that. But that's all London. That's all London's financial sector. Like our entire economy is three financiers in a trench coat and inflated property values. It's why boomers don't actually complain about the state of the country, other than seeing too many migrants when they do complain. Because I mean, that's a lie. There are plenty of poor boomers as well. This is a general trend rather than an entire demographic that thinks the same. You know, just so people don't get mad at me. But there's a reason why boomers keep voting Tory. It's because they have loads of property wealth and loads of pension provision, and so they don't have to care about the fact that people who actually are working at this point across the country, don't live in London, are having a shit time because everything sucks outside of London.
Yeah, that is basically correct.
If you get rid of London, we are poorer than Mississippi, which is the poorest US state.
Yeah, yeah, and literally again, for the people saying, "Well, Slovenia's nice," we're not saying that our poorest are poorer than Slovenia's richest. We're saying our baseline is beneath Slovenia's baseline. We're fucked.
Well, like a I mean, I wouldn't imagine this was particularly untrue for loads of countries across Europe, because the countries across Europe, actually politically, obviously with proportional representation, even if conservative parties wanted to be as slash and burn as the Tories have been in the United Kingdom, they wouldn't have coalition partners to be able to do that. I don't think a lot of these liberal conservative parties across Europe want to do that anyway. Most of them are actually liberal conservatives and don't actually hate the welfare state as much as British Tories do, especially because they're not as aristocratic and they're just ideological liberals very specifically, you know?
Yeah.
So the problem, is that we have unilateral power because of first past the post, and we have aristocratic Tories who fucking hate poor people. They literally would not piss on a poor person if they're on fire, and then would burn a £10 note and say, "Look, this is you," whilst they were doing it. You know.
Yeah.
So that's the problem that we have, and so that will just make us even more unequal than everybody else as a result of that kind of structure of society and structure of government and the class system that countries like Slovenia just don't have.
Yeah. So our poorest are poorer than Slovenia's, and the current UK government's solution to that is to decimate the poorest even further.
Yep.
So that we can send, 300 billion over the course of the next century to Ukraine. That's not even a joke, by the way. You signed a 100-year agreement with Ukraine to send them £3 billion a year. So the 6 billion we're saving in the pension, in the cuts to disability benefits, that's 2 years taken care of. Okay, we've just got to find the next 98 years, and then we're sorted.
Absolutely. Also, thank you to a couple of donors. Thank you, Jack Miller, for the $4.99. That article once again highlighting that it was the 2008 crash and response that got us into such of an economic mess. It's very true. Again, as Alexi Sale pointed out, the theory was that the crash was caused by there being too many libraries in Wolverhampton, which is why places like Wolverhampton are shitholes now, because they got fucked over and were never fucking leveled up, as Boris Johnson promised to do.
But to be fair, that was a waste of money because the people of Wolverhampton can't read. So you don't need a libraries there, really.
You get to say that. I won't say that, but you get to say that.
I do, because they are filth.
And Thomas Powell for the £5. Can we analyse a different bias video put out today on welfare cuts? Not watched it, saved up especially for me. I mean, we can watch it if you want. You mentioned it in DMs, Kev. I have watched it myself, and he was, unusually critical of the government with regards to the welfare cuts. So, I mean, we can watch it if you want to. I don't think we have much to say about it because he basically. I mean, I can get. Do you want to watch it, Kev?
No. Well, look, this is the thing. If your judgment is that we don't have much to say about it, then it seems rather redundant.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, then that would be my opinion. Like, there's a couple of things. Like, he talks about how other people were unfair to Labour over other things, and he believes that the Labour MP's job is to vote with the government as long as it's on manifesto stuff. And if they're doing against that, they're failing their job as a Labour Party representative. But on this one, because it wasn't in the manifesto, and because people want to see Labour to be a party that's anti-poverty, and he can't conceive of Labour not being that, MPs should be voting against the vote this time. He thinks that it's a bad set of welfare reforms. But I know, so there's not a huge amount that we can say. 'Cause I think I agree with him for a lot of what he says about the welfare reforms specifically, that they're bad and MP should vote against. So,
well, that's fair enough then. Yeah. So what do you want to watch then?
We could go through a bunch of this, like, Bonfire of the Quango stuff, like fucking Shut Up Wesley was on the what was it, sort of Sophie Rich's show tonight. Did an interview about his NHS restructuring thing.
Yeah, if you've got a link for that, I don't know whether...
I've got a link. If you go to the Sky News YouTube channel,
okay.
It should be one of the fucking segments they've clipped out of Politics Hub tonight.
Sky News. That's live. Boom. Let's have a look. Wes Streeting admits he did not anticipate scrapping NHS England. Okay.
Well, yeah, because they're fucking making up policy on the fly, aren't they?
They're making it all up entirely. Like, when was the last time they did something that they said they were going to do?
Sure, because they didn't say they were going to do anything, because their manifesto was fucking empty.
No, they didn't say the VAT rise. Now, again, I'm not even saying that I disagree with all of these policies. I'm just saying the VAT rise on the jobs tax thing, the farmers, that wasn't in the manifesto. I suppose technically the school breakfast clubs thing was, but funding it so embarrassingly that it's ineffective completely and it's a waste of time wasn't in the manifesto. Eviscerating the disabled, that definitely wasn't in the manifesto. Getting rid of NHS England, not in the manifesto. None of this was. None of this. Now, you can make an argument for, like, the reason I don't put in there the rearmament thing, because that's based on, like, a time contingency that happened recently because America decided to say, well, fuck you, Europe, you pricks, and so we might have to rearm. So that, like, I understand them having to make stuff up on the fly occasionally like that because it's based on, like, temporal factors, but everything else is total bollocks, and they've scrapped virtually every good bit they did have in the manifesto. It's a joke.
Basically.
It's a joke.
Yeah, it is a real
like
joke.
seeing Thangam Debonair being fucking sworn in to the House of Lords. The House of Lords they promised they would scrap is disgusting. It's not a democracy. This is fucking shit.
Also, hang on a minute. Not Another Gamer says, have we discussed James O'Brien talking about Sangita Miska and calling people anti-Semitic? No. Fucking hell. If you can find me a link to that Not Another Gamer, that sounds way more interesting than listening to fucking Wes Streeting.
500 fucking votes. Sorry,
500 votes. Oh my god, yeah. Because if we can, I will never miss an excuse to dunk on James O'Brien because I need to fill that quota up. So at the end of the year, I can do another compilation video of me dunking on James O'Brien.
He is infuriating because he will literally come out and say, "It's." Did you see his covering of the 6 billion in cuts for disabled benefits and all that? His criticism wasn't of the government for doing it. His criticism was of the Tories for what the fuck was he? He was going on about the Tories complaining about that when they'd done cuts themselves, and that was it. But like, my dude, like you can point out the hypocrisy of the Tories. That's absolutely fine. But while saying it's bad to cut, but you're not criticising the government that's actually doing the cuts. You're not a journalist.
Like the first half of the bit, he said, "Well, can someone say how can you justify taking this money away from the disabled?" I'm just like, James, that is your job. Like, I know that you really, really, really don't want to criticize the government at all, right? But you can't just let your viewers do the criticism for you. You're supposed to at least put your own opinion forth as to whether or not you think this is bad or good. And it's obviously bad. It's so obviously bad, right? He got so close to making an actual criticism of the government. And was just like, viewers call in and try and convince me otherwise. And I was like, oh my God.
He won't criticise the government. Or if he will, he'll criticise them but then still continue to support them, so it's basically pointless.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you to Jean-Luc Picard for 5 gifted memberships. Much love. And thank you, Kimberly Diamond, with 31 months of Prime. Legend. Anyway, talking of not legends, Cancer, you had one fucking job, man. Jesus.
Can we just get clear what difference all this is going to make? Now that you're in charge of the NHS,
That's not
are you
shared,
the person
by
I
the way.
complain to as I enter?
Oh fuck! Well, that would help if I allowed you to see the thing we're talking about. Fucking hell, okay, well done. Okie doke. Boom.
West Streeting, can we just get clear what difference all this is going to make? Now that you're in charge of the NHS, are you the person I complain to as I enter my 4th year waiting for someone to look after my dodgy knees?
Well, I think people would always, in your position, complain at the Health Secretary, at the government anyway. What today is about is we've currently effectively got 2 head offices for the NHS. NHS England, the Department of Health and Social Care, taken together, 19,000 people working for 2 head offices. Back in 2010, we had 1 head office of half the size. So what today is about is making sure that we deliver better value for taxpayers, generating hundreds of millions of pounds worth of savings by halving the size. And while I've been trying to build one team across the 2 organisations, actually just having 1 centre, 1 head office, much smaller, smarter, doing the things that only we can do nationally, and ending the pretence that all of the change, all of the improvement, all of the direction in the NHS can be driven from one person sat behind a desk in Whitehall. So the biggest devolution of power in the history of the NHS, deliver better services, better outcomes for patients.
I'm going to unpack
One
some
thing
of that,
is
but let's
frustrating.
just translate the...
One thing I find frustrating, right, is that one thing people keep saying, oh, there's too much bureaucracy in the NHS. Scrapping NHS England will remove some of that. And I think that having these things back in control of DHSC is fine. The people who are employed in it, though, there is a level of management the NHS does need. And in fact, if you look at the Darcy report, it shows that we're actually quite undermanaged as a health service internationally. And in fact, the NHS does incredibly well, given how little resources it does get and how little access to organisational management it also should be getting and doesn't have. So if we want to abolish NHS England, why don't we just get more people there driving better working practices through better management throughout the service within trusts, rather than having the centralised group who are kind of hands-off in terms of the actual running of NHS trusts themselves, right? So whilst I'm not against the scrapping of NHS England per se, like, what are you going to do with all of these people?
Yeah. Well, ultimately, the answer is he doesn't really give a fuck.
No, because again, it's a centralisation of power, so
Yeah.
he can sell off more of it to his mates in the private sector.
Well, that's the thing. It's been talked about was bringing this back into democratic control. You mean into Westminster's control? Is what you actually mean, Wesley? Like, in theory, I've got no problem with them getting rid of NHS England because it is a sort of unnecessary bureaucratic arm. But I don't expect that this prick or his fucking paymasters are going to replace it with anything better. In fact, they're probably going to replace it with something significantly worse.
And that's the thing as well, as you say, you're so right to say it's not democratic, it's Westminster control. Because for Westminster control to be democratic, Westminster has to be democratically representative, which it currently absolutely is not. We have one guy who could barely win his own seat, having unilateral control over NHS policy, of the government who got 34% of the vote, the lowest share for a winning party ever in the history of British democracy.
Instigating this change to quote unquote democratise the NHS by enforcing this policy, which they have absolutely no democratic mandate to enforce.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, even under the current system of governance of Westminster, right? Even under the current democratic system, which gives a mandate to those who can win the most seats regardless of the voting percentage, right? Even if you go by that, that would require a mandate of a manifesto commitment to do these things, which he doesn't fucking have.
Yep.
First bit of it. You're going to sack, 9,000 or so civil servants or NHS England employees. The budget for NHS...
Which will definitely fix the foundations. Somehow.
Party of Working People alert.
Yeah.
England is 200 billion. You said this morning it's going to save hundreds of billions. How's that going to happen?
Hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions, I beg your pardon. How's that going to happen?
Well, because we're halving the size of the workforce across both organisations as we create one head office.
So 9,000 civil servants plus out of the door.
Yes, and look, and when you put it like that, it sounds very straightforward, cold and clinical.
Well, no, it sounds monstrous. Like, I mean, because your plan is, well, you're not going to be able to get dole either, so have you considered sleeping in a shop doorway?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And the thing as well is that you could easily find other roles for them to be doing something that you see them to be doing, which you think is more productive.
Yeah.
You know, as I said, there's plenty of room to have more management within individual NHS trusts that you could move these people onto. But you're just fucking throwing them into the labour market.
Yeah.
It is very Doge, isn't it? Like, I don't know what these people are here to do, so I'm just going to get rid of them.
Yeah, exactly. Have you considered asking them to send an email with 5 points about what you did last week?
I mean, yeah. I mean, unironically, it wouldn't be too different from what he is planning to do. Like, another one of their quangos that they want to scrap is Homes England by folding it into the broader kind of housing department. And I'm just like, well, this would be the perfect opportunity for you to turn Homes England into an actual kind of public delivery unit for social housing, which is sort of its remit, but it doesn't really actually do much at this point. It's kind of soft touch in terms of its power. You could have increased its power, make it much more directed in terms of what it would do through government policy, but instead just going to fold it in and then actually ruin an opportunity to create an actual driving force for social housing construction in this country, which we used to have.
Yeah.
There are thousands of decent people who work across the department, NHS England, and this will be an anxious time for them, very disruptive, and there's no way of sugarcoating the fact that there are those changes, absolutely. But we will be treating people with care and respect and the fairness that they are owed through this process. But ultimately, Trevor, yes, the NHS, my department, has a budget of over £200 billion. That's a budget the size of the government of Portugal. But I think what's happened under our predecessors
flex on Portugal
is that things like the NHS England change, which former Tory health minister saying, I wish we'd had the guts to do, literally said that today, Lord Bethell.
Does that not make your skin crawl? The fact that you've got former Tory ministers saying, fuck, in my wet dream I wanted to do this. Like, does that not make you feel fucking sick?
It's the same Lord Bethell that had some very curious responses to the COVID inquiry and Michelle Mone, but regardless, I mean, the irony, of course, is that I don't think Tories wanted to scrap NHS England because they wanted to cut government bureaucracy. I think that they were reticent to cut NHS England because that would be a flawed admission that the Lansley reforms were fucking dog shit.
Yeah. It's an admission of failure, yes.
Yeah. It was the thing that they created, NHS England, 2012.
Yep. And ultimately, like, as much as you might be getting rid of some bureaucracy, it doesn't actually change fundamentally that his remit still only goes as far as England anyway. Because it's devolved in the other places. So, like, it doesn't actually fundamentally reorganise a great deal. It just sacks lots of people.
Well, yeah, that's why it feels very Doge rather than, again, something they had a plan for, because they didn't have a plan for any of this.
Yeah.
Their 5 years in opposition was spent fucking hounding the left out of politics on the assumption that they wouldn't win a term after Boris Johnson got a giant majority, right? Off of, not a huge percentage of the vote, but a bigger one than them. And then as soon as the Liz Truss moment happened after like Partygate and the mini budget and shit like that, where Labour just kind of skyrocketed in the polls and were at the actual 20 points ahead they said that they should have been however many years ago, they realize, oh shit, we might actually have to be in government in a couple of years' time. Quick, better think on what the fuck we're going to do. And they've not had time to put together a proper program for government. And so they've just had to chop and change, go, yes, we'll build loads of Quangos, we'll create new ones. Oh, actually, people don't like Quangos, let's get rid of the Quangos, do things internally and centrally from Westminster. And they don't have fucking plans to do any of these things. So they're just going to go, remember that moment in Peep Show where Mark Corrigan says to Alan Johnson, but I don't know how to be a management consultant. And Alan Johnson goes, new logo, fire 50% of the workforce, boom, out. You and I, fully trained management consultant. Feels exactly what's being done here. Yeah. Just get rid of bad people because bad. People bad. Bureaucracy bad. Slash the state, Doge. Like, that's all it feels like. Because, again, if they actually had a plan for government, they would have actually gotten on to doing this way quicker and gone, well, we want to do this for the NHS. NHS England is technocratic and in the way. We're going to get rid of it and we're going to do these things that were in the manifesto. But that was not in the fucking manifesto, was it?
No. And it's, 6 months? More now. Fucking 8 months into their term of office. And now they've decided that this is bad.
Yeah. Because they created... Remember, we mocked the government for creating loads of new Quangos, right? We had mocked them for trying to devolve a bunch of decision making to somebody else, to technocrats. We mocked them and said, like, they've set up 200 Quangos or some shit, and now they're just changing tack immediately, just throwing fucking darts at a dartboard in terms of where their policy direction would be, because they fucking they've realized they haven't got a clue what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
It's all haphazard, and it, again, is entirely downwind of the fact they believe in nothing, they stand for nothing, they have no ideology, and their time in opposition was spent trying to get into government and expunging the left rather than actually having a real program of what they were going to do if they actually were elected into office, which we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
They put this in the too difficult box. Oh, it's too difficult. There's hundreds of millions of pounds worth of savings to achieve. And I know it's in the context of 200 billion, but honestly, for people watching, the idea that we wouldn't care about hundreds of millions of pounds putting that to the front line...
Before we default to this is all the Tories' fault, the Darzi review, Mara Darzi, the celebrated surgeon you commissioned, said a top-down reorganisation of NHS England is, I'm quoting here, neither necessary nor desirable. In September, you said a top-down reorganisation was, quote, the last thing you wanted to do. Yet today, that's exactly what you're doing. What happened?
Well, we're merging the two head offices. The rest of the system...
It's a top-down reorganisation.
The rest of the system...
Can you merge your head with a... No, I won't say it.
That's what's crazy as well is that he's trying to get away with it by saying, well, we're not top-down reorganising the whole NHS. We're just NHS England, when the quote that Trevor Phillips dug up was Lord Darzi specifically referring to just NHS England. You're not contradicting him, Wes. You're agreeing with him.
And his own fucking thing, and his own quote.
Yeah.
It's the last thing I wanted to do. So why are you doing it then? Like, sorry, is there someone off camera with a gun pointed at you making you do this, Wesley? Or are you just a lying bastard? Whatevs. Thank you, some random geeks. 50 months. 50. Get help.
In terms of integrated care boards and the wide range of NHS providers, in terms of the design of that system, it will remain largely the same, even if we give people much clearer...
Oh yeah, everyone go and follow some random geek as well, who does stream video games and things. They're a massive geek. I love them.
Responsibilities, cut through some of the bureaucracy and unnecessary regulation. We'll do all of that change. But ultimately, this is the final nail in the coffin of the Andrew Lansley Conservative reforms, which Lord Darzi absolutely hammered in his report.
Yeah, I know you want to
the worst thing that's ever happened to the NHS.
I know you want to get back to blaming the Tories for everything.
No, Trevor, I'm putting it in context. Look, I don't need to blame the Tories. They were voted out.
But I'm
explaining why we're making this change.
Top-down reorganisation, don't need it, don't want it. You said that in September, and that's exactly what you're doing. In fact, it's actually literally top-down. You're reorganising the top.
I'm reorganising. I'm
really asking, why did you change your mind and when?
Yeah, well, I am reorganising the top, and actually, I think those quotes you just read reveal my instincts were not to do this unless it was necessary, and I've concluded it is necessary.
Okay. Because that's not bullshit.
That's
bullshit.
Such wank. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's on a different plane, this lad. Yeah, that's not what you said. You said it was the last thing you wanted to do. Not we'll do it if it's necessary or something like that. That's such bollocks. Stop lying to me, Wesley. Stop lying. Is Wes human? No, I don't think he is human. If he is, I don't want to be human. I'm revoking my status as a member of this species. Okay?
Because it might have you at least a little bit related to Wes Streeting in some
Exactly. I don't want that stank on me. You know what I mean?
Where you've got two head offices duplicating work, man-marking each other.
Man-mark. Fuck off. Anyway, also, if in terms of duplicating a process, have you gotten rid of either of the Jet Zero Quangos yet?
Jet Zero Alliance. Let's go. Also, by the way, sorry, I need the loo, by the way. I'm going to tell you this time, Kev, rather than just forgetting to tell you I'm going to the loo and you wonder where I am. I'm actually going to go to the loo now, so that's where
Well, thank you for keeping me informed. I appreciate that. And not in like a weird way. Honest. Anyway. Yes, everyone give money to Helena while she's gone. Because then it'll be a nice surprise. She'll come back and there's loads of money. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Oh, fuck. That's not what I meant to do at all. Oh, for fuck's sake, where were we?
England change, which former Tory health minister saying, I wish we'd had the guts to do. Literally.
The top.
I'm reorganising.
I'm really asking, why did you change your mind and when?
Yeah, well, I am reorganising the top, and actually, I think those quotes you just read reveal my instincts were not to do this unless it was necessary, and I've concluded it is necessary, because you can't have a situation where you've got two head offices duplicating work, man-marking each other, sometimes working against each other.
You said that.
So you can change that, make it more effective, and save hundreds of millions of pounds that we can reinvest into frontline services.
You're always very frank with me and very clear. You were wrong when you said you don't need top-down reorganisation.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate coming in wanting to make this change to NHS England. It wasn't on my list of priorities, but I recognise that in order to achieve the change I want to, this is a necessary step.
All right. One of the key functions of NHS England is to be the buyer of certain services. Are you now going to be the person who decides where the NHS spends its money, how it...
Yes, and it's going to go to private corporations and private corporations alone.
Or are you going to give those powers to local boards, integrated care boards?
Yeah, I want to see far more devolution, power, responsibility devolved to the front line, and I genuinely think, if I think about what should...
That's a lie. He is lying to you.
What should we be doing nationally? Well, we should be setting national standards so that wherever you live in the country, although services will necessarily look different to meet the needs of different communities, there should be consistent standards. We should be doing national procurement to get better value. We should be organising our approach to life sciences, medtech and research in a way that puts the NHS at the forefront of that revolution, actively driving that revolution in a way that the NHS's founders couldn't have imagined in 1948, but is ideal for the 21st century. But then in terms of the...
You keep their names, their hallowed names out of your fucking mouth, you piece of trash.
Design of services and how they're provided, where they're provided, I think those decisions should be much closer to the communities they're serving.
This does feel a little bit like cakeism. You say, we're going to push out power to local boards, but there's going to be national procurement, and there's going to be national standards. If you are telling them what to do, where is devolution?
I don't think it's quite about telling people what to do. I mean, so, for example, in terms of how I envisage...
It is telling them what to do. Of course. What the fuck are you talking about? You literally... Oh, that sounds like cakeism. And then he just starts describing cakeism. Yeah. That is literally just describing the criticism he just made of you. You are now basically repeating, but pretending that you're refuting. You fucking cockhead. 500 fucking votes!
The new national organisation working... We've got to, set the stands on behalf of the public, because that is the job of the Secretary of State.
And the annoying thing is with the 500 votes, he'll get voted out at the next election, but he'll be in the fucking House of Lords in 6 months. I guarantee it.
Be the public's, the patient's champion, and the taxpayer's guardian. So making sure you get better outcomes and standards for patients and better value for taxpayers. But actually, nationally, the only other things we should be doing really is about giving the system the enablers, the tools that they need to do the job, And so, for example, on things like procurement, why would you have every single NHS provider in the country doing their research on what kit to buy and then negotiating at small scale with big companies when we could get better value nationally, save them loads of time and hassle, so they're buying into a central system? Those are the sorts of changes we should be deciding nationally. But locally, we've got to give people more freedom to design their own services to meet their communities' needs.
Let's talk about the thing that most people most care about. New data on waiting lists came out this morning. In your first 6 months, you cut waiting lists by just...
The thing right there is... I kind of agree with Wes. I kind of agree with Wes with what he's saying there, which is that if you're going to do procurement, you know, doing it individually, small fry, with individual trusts that don't have the ability to negotiate in the same way central government does, that's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
That's a perfectly reasonable thing to say, but it's not devolution. Like, that isn't devolution, because that would be a bad thing to devolve. So you're not like maximizing devolution because you recognize where it's going to be bad. The problem, of course, you know, because it's Wes Streeting, everything comes with a fucking caveat, is that when he says procurement, which is one of the biggest fucking sectors of waste and inefficiency, right? Like, people keep talking about loads of areas in terms of over-management, which isn't true, but one of the biggest areas of waste is in private procurement, because we're paying for a bunch of private sector salaries and dividends and directorial remuneration from all of this procurement. Is that we could do all of this procurement centrally by having these done and manufactured publicly. We're going to have public manufacturing of generic pharmaceuticals, for example. Yet Wes Streeting doesn't want to do that. He can use his power centrally to have national procurement strategies that prioritise the private sector, because he's increasing their provision by fucking 20%. That's what's bad about this, not the principle that he's talking about. It's him being in charge of it. So that's the problem.
Well, exactly, yeah. It's not that necessarily these changes are inherently bad. It's that him doing them will make the situation worse.
Exactly.
Because he is bought and paid for by private healthcare industry.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Carl Brown, for a couple of gifties. Much love!
Morning. In your first 6 months, you cut waiting lists by just 190,000, and that's barely faster than the Tories achieved. There's still 7.4 million treatments waiting. Are you satisfied with the progress you've been making, or is this part of trying to fix that?
Well, I'd say what we've achieved in the first 8 months we've been in government is just the start, but we delivered 2 million more appointments as we promised, and we did it 7 months early. We've got NHS waiting lists falling 5 months in a row, and that was during peak winter pressures. Am I satisfied? And there's still a mountain to climb, so I'm not doing victory laps, but I hope it's giving people that quiet confidence and assurance that things are beginning to move in the right direction. So I'm not going to overclaim victory here, but it's not insignificant.
They're only getting the assurance when the waiting list come down.
And I know that.
You've added 2 million appointments. You told me this last time we spoke, but actually you haven't cut the waiting list at all. What's going wrong?
By over 190,000. That's
but in 7.5 million. Come on.
It's better than our predecessors did, and they left
pretty much the same.
When the Tories were in power, they inherited the shortest waiting times and the highest patient satisfaction in history, and then they turned it on its head. And waiting lists were at record levels before the pandemic. In case any Conservatives watching start saying, "Oh no, it's the pandemic." Of course, that was the challenge. Of course, it was.
More silly noises. You got to do silly voices. It's a pandemic.
I mean, you know what? Critical support to Wesley, because that's basically how Tories sound to me.
They are pretty fucking annoying.
I didn't even want to dignify responding to fucking Tory idiots trying to justify their time in charge of the health service. No. Like, you've defunded the NHS as a percentage of GDP every fucking year from 2010 till 2019, and waiting lists fucking spiraled in increase even before 2020, so they can shut the fuck up. In fact, it was the pandemic that led to them increasing the NHS spending to the highest it's ever been under Johnson and Sunak, because Boris Johnson kind of, to a sort of degree, cared about the NHS in a way that Osborne, Cameron, May and Hammond didn't give a fuck about.
Yeah. But I just have to warn you now, you're on 2 strikes. You've agreed with Wesley twice.
I have, yeah.
3, and, I mean, the council will have to meet and decide your fate.
But they had already set the system up to fail before the pandemic. That was the problem. What we're doing is fixing it. And of course, yes, today's challenges are part of a much wider reform agenda that's about going further and faster. Because to your challenge, Trevor, I accept that if we just continued on that momentum and trajectory for the next 4 years, we wouldn't succeed.
Well,
so we do have to put the foot down on the accelerator.
Let's talk about going further and faster. Let me ask you if what this is really about is the idea that you will now take greater power over how the NHS.
Can we watch,
spends
well,
money,
I'm kind of bored
what
of
it
wasting
buys
it.
and where it
Can we watch the James O'Brien Sangita Miskin? Can we squeeze it in before question time?
Yeah, no problems.
If you go, someone posted, I did message you with a Twitter link, but someone's got the video. If you go to LBC's channel
Oh, okay.
and you look, there's a LBC YouTube video, why is Trump being so chaotic? And if you go to 10 minutes and 50 seconds in, that's when James O'Brien says someone's anti-Semitic for questioning why Sangita Miskit was fired. I think that's what happened.
Why
I've
is
not watched it.
Trump being so chaotic? When's that from? I can't see that at all. Oh, why is Trump being so chaotic? What was the timestamp, sorry?
10 minutes and 50 seconds.
10 minutes and 50. Ooh. Boom. Right. Dee-dee-dee.
And similarly to what Donald Trump is doing now, here's a senior economics reporter on CNBC called Steve Leisman.
I'm going to say this at risk of my job, Kelly, but what President Trump is doing is insane. It is absolutely insane. It is about the eighth reason we've had for the tariffs, and now he's...
Pause. That mug is fucking huge.
That is a big mug. Hang on.
That's a fucking giant mug, and I don't mean James O'Brien.
Hey-o.
at risk of my job, Kelly, but what President Trump is doing is insane. It is absolutely insane. It is...
Look at the size of his fucking head.
It's bigger than his head.
That's enormous. Fucking hell. Or maybe his hand is very close to the camera, and it's just a perspective issue. I don't know.
Oh my god! Imagine being somebody who produces mugs bigger than fucking Sports Direct.
Literally, I put Sports Direct to shame.
It is about the eighth reason we've had for the tariffs, and now he's saying he's putting 50% tariffs on Canada.
Some of my chat is saying it comes from 4130, not 1030.
Oh well, that makes a lot of difference. 4130.
Got a plan. I don't think if you look at Donald Trump throughout the years, I don't think he has a plan other than the fact that he's just so crazy inside. He's just so narcissistic that I've met.
So what does success look like then?
Total power.
Total power. And so we're back to the dichotomy between either he's doing it because he has to, at somebody else's behest, or it is all part of a plan to assume a kind of profoundly un-American authoritarian
from
regime,
Today's
whether
show.
or not he
I'm sorry to send you on a
hopes
fucking
that
wild
that
goose
will
chase,
extend.
Kev.
Okay.
So it's from Today's show. Let me. What's it called? What's that one called?
So, has the world turned its back on Gaza?
Yes, that's 4134. Yeah, 4130.
4130.
Although, to be fair, if we didn't get the wrong video, I wouldn't have seen the massive mug.
Well, no, there he is. What about?
There we go.
It's the same joke again. Fuck it. It works.
53 is the time. Hussein is in Brighton. Hussein, what would you like to say?
Good morning, James. The reason why the media's silent on the matter at the moment.
It's not silent. It's not. I'm being a bit pedantic. It's not silent. I mean, we're in the middle of a conversation about it. The Financial Times carries an excellent op-ed today. Reuters has reported But yes, that's the question that I'm asking.
The issue, of course, is that the media is silent on the reality. They will talk about Gaza in an O'Dearism sense, to quote Adam Curtis, right? They'll look at what's happening to Gaza, all of the dead children, the graveyard for children that United Nations has described Gaza as. They'll look at it and go, oh dear, isn't it sad? Isn't it sad that this has happened, without critically analysing why it came to be like that, and the reality that created the situation that we have at the moment and the material conditions that underlie the conflict, right? They will strip out all context and just go, isn't it sad that the kids are dead? Or they'll go, isn't it sad that the kids are dead? That's Hamas's fault. Because October the 7th is when history started, right?
I was about to say, it goes further than just skimming the surface of it to the point where it's just active, not quite Hasbro propaganda, although sometimes it is certainly that as well. It's the running a sort of liberal defence of Israel constantly. So, for instance, if you go onto the show to talk, look on the BBC News to talk about Ukraine, you can absolutely say this was a terrible, horrible invasion by Vladimir Putin, and he's doing genocide against the people of eastern Ukraine. The host will not contest that point. They may ask you further, they may go into the discussion, but they're not going to go... The Kremlin would deny those claims. The Kremlin says it has a right to defend itself. Mm-hmm. Right? Whereas, for Israel, if you mention the G word at all, even if you say some people call it genocide, or the ICJ called it plausibly genocide, or whatever, right? They'll instantly say, Israel denies that claim, Israel says it has a right to defend itself and is acting with inside human rights law. Like, I'm sorry, are you stenographers for the fucking Israeli government, or are you journalists? What's going on here?
Yeah, exactly.
It's fucking sickening. Like, it would almost be better if they did ignore it. In a ridiculous way. It would be more morally upright if they just ignored it rather than playing defence for the fucking genociders.
The leader of the free world yesterday called...
Hang on, no, we do have to specify. Do you mean Keir Starmer? Because when you said that, James O'Brien definitely thought about Keir Starmer. And probably, let's be honest, got a little bit of a tingle downstairs. I'm just saying.
Schumer, a Palestinian. That's a racist slur. No one talks about it. This is the leader of the free world, but put that to one side.
I've got that clip, actually. I'll dig it out for you, just to enforce the point that you're making. It's an anti-Semitic slur, as well as racist. It's because Schumer is Jewish.
But I had to dig and dig and dig to finally get an actual news story. Yeah. I couldn't see it anywhere.
Go on.
James, sorry. Yeah. So what I was saying was, if we've got news headlines like 40 beheaded babies, or babies baked in ovens, or mass
titty football, I will never get over titty football. And I didn't realise until I watched the thing yesterday. I thought that was just Rabbi Shmuley, who was like just a clown joke character. Fucking Alan Dershowitz, you know, the very good friends and client of Jeffrey Epstein. Alan Dershowitz also repeated titty football as a thing, and he's like an advisor to the American president.
Yay, isn't that great? Also want to say thank you, Jack Miller for 20 gifted, Kriya Van Broek for the 5 gifted, and 786 for the 5 gifted. I love you all. You are my absolute homies. Thank you.
Is that the Jack Miller?
The very same, who was campaigning for the Green Party the other day. Posted about it on Twitter. Thank you very much for showing that I don't just fucking do like dumb reaction content. I actually inspire people to go out and campaign, so it's good to see.
Yeah, I go out and inspire people to become Argentine grannies. I'll leave it there.
This is useful. This fits a particular narrative, and that narrative, for whatever reason, suits certain news organisations, and they will go hell and leather to put their reports on their front pages, etc. Look, about a month after the war started, on the 7th of October, there was the former top...
Yeah, that was when the war started. There was nothing going on before then. It was just...
No belligerent occupation to speak about at all.
No, it was just that everything was peaceful and calm, and then October the 7th happened, and the shit hit the fan. Oh, crazy.
Military officer, I think it was General Aviv Kahavi.
Right.
I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Literally went on a news round to the BBC, to the Guardian.
He went on news round? With Lizo Mazimba? That's crazy. That just doesn't seem appropriate at all, really, given the circumstances.
To all these editors, to the Financial Times, to Sky News, to met with David Lammy on a news tour. Basically, why? To coerce these news channels to perpetuate their narrative. What happened to Sangeeta, even at LBC? You know.
No, that's just Rolex, mate. And I mean, you can say it because you've got free speech, but that's just crap.
Thank you.
All right. We all sit in. I'll tell you something, because it bores me rigid. This, and I can't believe that certain people have allowed this lie to be perpetuated. We sit in a room every 3 months. Every single person that works here, we sit in a room every 3 months. They show us graphs of how our program is performing. Right. Everybody knows when someone's vulnerable. and it's not the graph of what audience you inherit when you come on air. It's a graph of how your audience falls or rises during the duration of your program. Every single person in this building sits in that room and watches a graph for every single program every 3 months. All right?
I don't want to get off topic.
No,
James,
you said it. You can't backtrack now, mate. You have decided. You have decided to believe something that isn't true, and the only person that can prove to you that it isn't true has decided to stay silent and allow people like you to believe slurs and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about her former colleagues.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, for
What?
God's sake.
Anti-Semitic?
Oh, God.
I mean, at the very least, you could say that it was like anti-Israel, right? The people
Yeah.
were kind of they were being conspiratorially anti-Israel and trying to claim that LBC were being like bribed or blackmailed by Israeli officials to do it, rather than just being people who manufacture consent and who are bought into a certain narrative themselves, who are institutionally captured over the things they will and won't allow on their airwaves, right? That's the problem, is that liberals fundamentally don't understand the concept of manufacturing consent. They think that it's willful. They think political action has to be willful rather than systemic or subconscious, in that people won't just fire people or tell people what's right, but they will hire people who have certain viewpoints and will quietly let them go if that undermines what they believe to be their ideological positioning with regards to where their media organization is. But they think when you say manufacturing consent, they think you mean cabal of people controlling what everybody thinks, which isn't the same thing.
Exactly. It's not the sneaky tribe of people doing the evil thing, parentheses. It's that we know that on both sides of the Atlantic, people have been fired for being too pro-Palestine. That's absolutely fucking undeniable. Media figures have lost their jobs for that. And secondly, it's that there are pressures, perceived or real or otherwise, that if you have a certain set of viewpoints, that will be detrimental to, say, advertising or something like that people won't want to advertise with your channel. And so there is an inherent, like you say, a kind of a manufacturing of consent filter that filters out certain viewpoints based on their perceived saleability. So if you're pro-Palestine, the people at the heart of the LBC organisation, whether they necessarily would have defended her if she'd been pro-Israel or whatever, we don't know. And like Singita Moska hasn't said anything about this. But we know that if they really wanted to, they could have battled for her to stay at that position. Look, her numbers weren't that fucking dreadful. She might have been under threat or whatever, but if the perceived saleability to advertisers, regardless of the numbers involved, was better, they might have stuck with her. And so there is that inherent financial incentive to filter out certain viewpoints, socialist viewpoints, pro-human rights viewpoints, because that's not saleable.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see what the actual statistics were. Like, nobody from LBC has published this, right? They're so concerned about people perpetuating what they believe to be an untruth about why she was letting go of, right? They're also allowing these rumors to spread by not debunking them, by showing people the analytics. And she seems to be very popular in terms of the viewpoints that she espouses on like social media. I can't believe these people wouldn't have listened to her at the same time in LBC. But unless they come out and say something, all anybody has is speculation. But the actual main thrust of this caller's comment, which is that Avi Kohavi went around and spoke to Kath Viner and people at the BBC to push a Hasbro narrative, is 100% true. We know it from Freedom of Information Act.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Again, the idea that the Israeli government, through its various guises and various streams of support in Western media and Western cultural outlets, isn't putting pressure on organisations when we know. I mean, literally, look what happened to the BBC last week. They managed to get a fucking documentary pulled from the BBC, and now even the National Television Award thing have gotten rid of there's some fucking award that's been pulled because of that as well. The Israeli lobby have put pressure on the national broadcaster to affect its editorial standards. That's a thing that happened, and that was in the open. That's not some fucking conspiratorial behind-the-scenes shit. They literally did a massive protest outside fucking Broadcasting House. That was on the street that they're doing this. So the idea that it's anti-Semitic conspiracy theory to suggest... Fuck off, man. Such bollocks. And again, this is what I mean, this liberal defence of Israeli bullshit.
Anti-Semitic slur or anything.
Yes, you are. You're claiming that someone has been censored or silenced when they haven't.
But that's not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that's not anti-Semitic. That's not anti-Semitic at all. Because, as far as I'm aware, she didn't make any anti-Jewish remarks. She made anti-Israeli remarks, or at least pro-Palestinian remarks. And it was perceived that those got her fired. So what the fuck is the anti-Semitism claim you're making?
Yeah,
look,
you can call it conspiratorial. You can call it conspiratorial all you want, but to claim that somebody's opposition to the actions of the nation state of Israel is anything to do with the ethnic makeup of that country is completely nonsense.
Yeah. Like, I know this is sort of the port of call for right-wing Labourite scum, but you can't just accuse everyone you don't like of doing an anti-Semitism. It's ridiculous. It doesn't wash.
Semitic? How's that anti-Semitic? That in itself is what's wrong with everything.
Okay, mate. I am setting the record straight on something, okay? And the idea that somebody would be silenced for being critical of Israel during a phone-in that is heavily critical of Israel is palpably absurd. You can dispute the fact that it's anti-Semitic. That's my opinion. And
right, but it's more saleable for you as a white man with a more well pre-established media platform and connections in the media for you to make criticisms of Israel than for someone who is, say, a brown woman who's less well known to do that.
And also on top of that, like, the central claim isn't that Sangeeta Miska was fired for being pro-Palestine, is that she was fired for criticising an Israeli official to his face in the wrong way. You know? Yeah. That was the central criticism that the people had suspected was why she was let go. It was nothing to do with her personal opinions. It was that she expressed those opinions to an Israeli official in the wrong way.
Yeah. And as you pointed out with the numbers, like, if you're so concerned about the spread of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, you could just reveal the numbers. Like, would it be that? Like, surely this was like 18 months ago or something now. Like, it's not fucking economically sensitive data anymore, is it? You could come out and just say, no, look, her numbers were dropping off the fucking cliff. And prove everybody wrong.
And that is my freedom of speech that I am exercising, just as you are exercising yours. But if you choose to come on this programme and tell lies about every single one of my colleagues, I will push back.
No, not every one of your colleagues. You don't need... A fucking capture of establishments is not about getting every single person. It's about getting people in the right positions. It's because that would be inefficient to try and take over literally every employee of the BBC. So instead, you take over the BBC board. You get enough people on the BBC board that you can then vote to get rid of documentaries you don't like, or put pressure on editors to do so. You only need a dozen powerful people in an organisation like the BBC, and you can really have an impact because it filters down the chain of command. Because if you don't follow what they say, you can be fired, or moved to a different department, or demoted, or your contract isn't renewed. Whatever.
Okay, and that is what you were doing. I sympathise with you because the lies have been deliberately allowed to fester by somebody who can only answer for their own conduct. But it is lies, okay? And if you want to come on this programme again, you are more than welcome.
Thank you, James.
So now back to the subject in hand.
Thank you. James, what I was saying was there was a concerted effort by people within the Israeli government to go out to news organisations. That's not anti-Semitic. That's fact.
Yeah, no, of course it is.
And I've said the name. They went round. They did literally a news round. Why?
Just definitely not the LBC because I'm a company man. It's true that they did it elsewhere, but here, no. We are immune to the Israeli tricks or something. What's your argument here, James?
our news channels even entertain people. You guys should be completely independent. We just want the truth. Like you just said, fine, if you've put me straight on the Sangeeta story, then that's fine.
I shouldn't really have had to. It shouldn't have fallen to me to do that. If it was me in that position, I'd have done it myself. I wouldn't have waited for somebody else to have to do it on the station. But that falls to me. And I accept most of what you say. So what you haven't addressed is the question of why it has now stopped.
What I'm saying is that there is an immense pressure put on news organisations to follow a particular narrative.
No, but there isn't. You see, no, that there genuinely isn't. I didn't want to talk about
He's just
this
showing
today
you
for
proof.
emotional reasons.
So hang on. So you admit that the Israeli government have tried to pressure media organisations, but what are they pressuring them to do if not take a certain stance on things? Pressuring them to dress in certain colours? What are you talking about? What do you think they're fucking pressuring them to do, James? It's to agree with the Israeli line on things. It's to do that thing that I said of purposefully couching everything in Israel has a right to defend herself. Of course that's what it is.
Apparently Sangeeta tweeted out last year that her views were up 12.5%, an average of 52k viewers. So it seems like that's fine for the time slot, apparently, according to her. So doesn't seem to corroborate James's statement here over why she was let go of.
Yeah. What is this? Hang on. Talking of proof.
Editors of the BBC.
Here's how the
and the
BBC
Guardian.
edited. Oh, that's. Yeah. Okay, we'll get to that, but some other day.
Not because anybody's putting pressure on me. And I think if I were a supporter of Benjamin Netanyahu, I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to talk about it for reasons of.
Also, again, James, you seem to think that you're a completely independent actor in all of this, which nobody is. We exist within, get your Joker memes ready, a society, right? You know that there is a media landscape out there, and that there is an acceptable and unacceptable way of talking about these things. The way that is set, at least in part, is because of hostile foreign actors engaging in pressure campaigns in high media organisations. So even though you are critical of Israel, you are critical of them within a narrow set of acceptable critical levels. In a way that you might not otherwise be if you were allowed the kind of clout leverage to be able to do so. If you weren't to lose lots of advertisers for criticising Israel in a way that you might otherwise want to, or be pressured into not doing.
And also on top of this, even if you forget the idea of being pressured on what you do or don't say, who is selected to be the voice on the programme to start with is also part of manufactured consent. It goes back to the Chomsky interview with Andrew Marr, where he says, I don't think you're self-censoring. I think you believe that you believe everything you say, right?
Yeah.
But if you believed anything else, you wouldn't be sitting where you're sitting, right? James has been selected because he doesn't challenge power. He doesn't challenge, to at least a large extent, established power and material interests, right? He's allowed to have this platform and is employed continually because he is weak sauce at challenging established power. And that is the point.
Yeah. Have we had enough of James?
Yes.
Should we move on to question time? Because, oh, God. Konstantin Kisin is on again.
But we get Faiza Shaheen.
True, but, like, literally, I was joking about him the other day. And, like, I watched him going about... He was interviewing... not Douglas Murray. The other posh Scottish twat. Anyway...
Fraser Nelson.
Fraser Nelson. Not Angus Fraser, you prick. Fraser Nelson. Yeah, and going on about how his kids weren't really English because they're brown. Or a bit brown.
Well, Konstantin Kisin is fucking crazy, right?
He's an
Did you see the
arse,
thing?
yeah.
Did you see the thing that the fucking Bad Stats quoted, where he was saying, "Look, I'm not a conservative. I just believe everything that conservatives believe, but the British state has moved so far to the left that people don't think that anything else is. If people think anything to the right of it, must therefore be conservatism." And I'm just like, do you think the fucking British state is economically to the left of where it was 45 years ago? Are you fucking crazy? Do you not know how economics works? Do you not know how what fucking political economy is?
No.
Why does someone have a fucking platform?
No, he just means that gay people are legal now.
Like, just fucking the economy. Literally trying to talk about the economy. Crazy stuff. Also, I need to fucking change over the YouTubes. 1 second.
Fair enough.
And also change the framing of this thing so I get what's the right? There we go.
Indeed, so. Yeah, so we've
and whilst we're waiting around, everyone go give your money to Kev.
And give your money to No Justice MTG. Because I imagine our viewers are very rich. It's mostly, I think, probably like minor Saudi royalty, most of our audience, I think.
No, most of our audience are rich because they've been living the life of Raleigh on the benefit system. Because that's how it works, apparently, according to Liz Kendall. They're all people living in cashmere sweaters, like some fucker on Twitter told me people on benefits were getting.
Oh, yeah, with your 50-inch screen TV and your surround sound and your 7 cars. Did you see that? They plan to possibly get rid of the driver's licenses of people who are on benefits. And you're like, how the fuck is that going to help them to find work? That's literally just cruelty for the sake of cruelty.
Yep, balance. Just giant fucking absolute hive of cunts. Literally, just awful people.
Yeah.
The worst thing. Also, I want to say thank you to Thomas Morlow for the £5 super chat. Sangita posted an interesting Maya Angelou quote about 6 to 7 hours ago. Wonder if it's related. Couldn't possibly comment. It just seemed to be kind of a general quotation. But I have my redirect links on YouTube for Kev's channel. Because I also got copyright cut yesterday, didn't you?
I did, watching a thing that literally everyone else in the history of the world did. But I got copyright fucked for it. And I only got halfway through. I was interrupted by a riot from, not Australia, Argentina. I've
just posted the link to my Twitch in the YouTube chat. Please come and join us, YouTube viewers, over on Twitch, where they can give a shit about copyright, apparently, despite telling me in my Twitch analytics that they'll be come down very hard on copyright violations, but whatever. Well, this is a copyright violation because we are making transformative content.
We are.
So there you go. Either way, this is definitely fair dealing. But regardless, just to make sure that my YouTube channel can remain normal, I have posted the Twitch link in chat, which is where we usually have a group watching of Question Time. Please click the link in YouTube chat. It will be ending shortly. If people want to stick around, and I will read you into Kev's at the very least.
Yes. If you're one of the people who doesn't want to go over to Twitch, which is understandable, I guess. Because it is,
Well, someone in chat in a recent stream said they might be in the audience. They applied to be in this, and if they were successful, though, hopefully they are. Hopefully they're in the audience today.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let us know if you were, because this was filmed earlier, so presumably you're home now.
You can watch on your phone on the way home, maybe. Either way, I'm gonna end my YouTube stream in the next 15 seconds. So in 15 seconds time, you need to be in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, I'm looking for funny-looking people.
Fucking go. I'll tell you what. There isn't funny-looking people, but that lady in the green dress has got like fucking immaculate drip.
That immaculate drip. A serve and a half. That is a fucking
absolutely. She flew the mother plane into the World Sleigh Center and the Pentagon.
The World Sleigh Center. Oh no, she got 9 out of 11. Yeah. Anyway,
YouTube ending now. Come to Twitch.
Okay. Are you done?
I'm all done.
Can I play? Okay, let's go.
For tonight's Question Time, we've come to the city of Wolverhampton. Now we may be...
Fucking hell. I hope you're washed afterwards.
In the West Midlands, but our audience, as always, reflects the electoral picture across the wider country as a whole. Welcome to Question Time on BBC iPlayer and Sounds. From the government is Treasury Minister Emma Reynolds. Her full title is Economic Secretary to the Treasury, or City Minister. This means
literally, who the fuck are you? Who is this person?
Right, so she was the one who took over that role from Tulip Siddiq after she was removed from post after found that she had some definitely not corrupt dealings potentially with Sheikh Hasina and the Awami League party in Bangladesh, and to replace her with somebody who's there to regulate the city, who used to be a member of the City UK, a lobbyist group for the financial city. Now she's regulating them.
Well, don't you just love the incestuous nature of quote-unquote democracy? Anyway, so, yeah, there's this div, and next up on the Hall of Shame...
She has overall responsibility for the reform and regulation of the country's financial services. From the Conservatives, Luke Evans is a shadow...
Who the fuck are you? Who are these people?
Used car salesman, it's all I can think of, 100% unmitigated. No, I'll tell you what, he's even worse than used car salesman. Apprentice candidate.
Oh my god.
That's what he looks like.
We are literally, I think our minds may have grafted together, because I was literally waiting for you to finish for me to go, he looks like he was voted out first on The Apprentice.
Yeah, literally. The one who done in the trails for it, who just goes like, I am ruthless in business. People say, well, my first word when I was born wasn't mummy, it was a money. That's the kind of shit that you'd hear these people say.
Oh, that is extremely cash money, yeah. Love it, love it.
There was a Stuart Baggs quote, it's just like, I'm not a one-trick pony, I've got a whole field of ponies.
Oh, business people. If they weren't so evil, it would be funny. It would be kind of cute. Just like, I'd like to have like a business person to just like feed me lines of nonsense.
Like a baby otter.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't even know what they would. They just say dumb shit like, you know, they call me the king of bants. Yeah, love it, love it. Excellent stuff there. Love it. Yeah.
Oiled like a baby otter.
Oh, we've got the noises are happening. Apologies. Thank you to James Holmes, who I don't know if you're related to Sherlock. God bless you if you are. 20 gifted subby-subs. Or memberships. There we go, thank you.
Like a baby
but I will, because I don't want to hear oiled like a fucking baby otter 20 times. So I'm just going to turn that off for a bit.
Care Minister. He's also a qualified doctor and practiced for 7 years before entering Parliament in 2019. As Party Chief Whip, Wendy Chamberlain is the enforcer of
honestly,
discipline.
I watch Parliament and I don't know who these fucking people are. These are absolute nobodies. Non-entities, useless, pointless people.
Among the Liberal Democrats' 72 MPs. She's also deputy leader of her party in Scotland. Before politics, she was a police officer for 12 years. Faiza Jaheen calls herself an inequality geek. She's a distinguished policy fellow at the London School of Economics and has written a book about social mobility. She hit the headlines last year when she was dropped by Labour just before she stood for Parliament in Chingford and Woodford Green. She stood anyway as an independent, narrowly losing to the Conservatives.
Supported by the great Ronnie O'Sullivan as well.
She was supported by Rocket Ronnie.
Lovely stuff. Yeah.
And Konstantin Kissin grew up.
Why are you here? And I don't just mean in the country. I mean like on this panel. Like you have no one support you. You have no fucking nothing interesting to say. You're nothing.
I mean, quite frankly, if he hates migrants so much, maybe he should fuck off.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. What's that? You want a cohesive? One culture? Okay, bye then.
Yeah, it's like, well, that's not very nice of you. It's not very tolerant left of you. Fuck it, dark woke era. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not part of the tolerant left. I'm part of the lactose tolerant left, which means I like milk, but I also hate racists. You can quote me on that.
Grew up in Soviet Russia and moved here aged 11. He's a commentator, writer, co-host of the free speech podcast Trigonometry and identifies as a politically non-binary satirist.
I can't believe you say that for him. He's just a Tory. Like, he's literally just a Tory.
Yeah, well, it's not even that. He's worse than that. He's like a kind of pseudo-Nazi in some respects as well. Like, he was too right-wing for fucking Fraser Nelson. Like, I was sat there feeling sorry for Fraser Nelson and then thinking, no, actually, Fraser Nelson's a cuck. He's not even defending his own kid. Prick.
Sorry, this is a great quote from Ben.
What, sorry?
Being the Lib Dem whip must be so soul-crushing, given you have to convince 72 MPs who all believe in different things based on entirely localised campaigns, for something that you don't believe in now and may not be your party position in 5 minutes. It's so true.
True. And presumably she has to fill in playing one-on-one on FIFA with fucking Ed Davey because the Prime Minister just refuses to answer.
Good evening. Welcome to Wolverhampton and welcome to our panel, our audience here. Great to see you. And of course, welcome to you at home, watching from your sitting rooms or wherever you're watching from. And of course, you can join in the debate on social media as well. That's always pretty lively. Right, let's take our first question, which is from Daniel Baines.
With the Ukrainian President Zelensky praising Donald Trump and a ceasefire now on the horizon, is there a method to Trump's madness?
Is there, Emma?
No, he's just a bully. And the Ukraine, and also, I mean, this was a few hours ago, I guess, but like he's already turned down the 30-day ceasefire. Putin's already said no, so it hasn't worked.
I mean, there was a press conference with Putin and Lukashenko. Was that the one you're referencing?
Yes.
I remember somebody posted that Putin said that he would consider a ceasefire if, what was it, all of the Baltic states left NATO or some shit. And I was just like, he's just saying any old shit in the hopes that Trump will agree to it. And he ends up with just like the most powerful position that Russia has been in since 1991, just because Trump doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, nice. Oh, you
but
were
now that's not good enough for them either. So
yeah. 255, you were in the audience. Fuck yes. Oh, that's awesome. And I know where you're sitting, so now I know what you look like. Big mistake. Now I can fucking find you.
I think President Trump has certainly introduced a new dynamic in this process, and our
Prime
Minister...
say that again.
Our Prime Minister has been working very closely with him because we want to see a lasting...
Very closely. Like, you could say underneath him. Yeah.
...peace in Ukraine. The Prime Minister a couple of weekends ago brought together European leaders, and this weekend he's bringing forward another...
I love it. Trudeau is such a non-entity at this point that he doesn't even get mentioned. He brought together European leaders. Trudeau was there. No, he didn't get a mention.
See, there is a plurality amongst Canadian voters for joining the European Union.
Oh, that would be... You know, Eurovision isn't like a model for how you should do politics, everyone. You can't just randomly join blocks of things from around the world. Stop it.
No, the Lib Dems have been campaigning on the ground. That's why.
Well, true. Well, if you go to Ontario, it's just only the Lib Dems can win here. It's everywhere. I'm telling you.
I mean, the Liberals probably look like they will win Ontario, which is crazy to think about, given where it was 3 months ago.
True, but it's almost like if you suck the dick of a guy who then starts calling the Prime Minister a governor, that might not work out well for you, Mr. Poilievre.
True.
A coalition of the willing, it's European leaders and other international leaders, to ensure
that
Ukraine gets the support that it needs. The ball is very firmly now in Putin's court, and we need to see how that develops.
Yeah, and he's already smashed it past you for a winner by saying, "Nah, get fucked." So, like, it's irrelevant. All of this has been for nothing, other than, of course, the Americans being able to exploit Ukraine's minerals for the next million years.
Yay! Imperialism is fun, isn't it?
It is very fun.
Of course, we've heard Putin say that, he welcomes the idea of a ceasefire, but he's put all sorts of conditions on it, and that's obviously just the beginning.
So we need to see how that develops. But the Prime Minister
there's no develops. What will give you Estonia, but the other two aren't going to leave NATO? No, what do you mean? It's not going to happen. And literally, what did I say when the coalition of the willing thing was happening? Right? There's no way that he's ever going to accept a deal where NATO troops are in Ukraine. That's literally the opposite of what he started this for. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, they're going to accept French and British troops right on their border. Are you fucking mental?
Yeah, there's literally zero chance.
That's literally how you end up with a nuclear war. I'm just saying.
It's funny Putin going, we don't want any European troops as a security guarantee or a backstop. There's like a reasonable concession for the West to make on this one. And then his other one was, we need to go back to 1997 NATO countries. And I was like, oh, well, you literally just want to have everything and your cake and eat it. And the thing is, Trump is so dumb. Their negotiations are so stupid because they gave up everything immediately to start the negotiations. He probably just agreed to it and go, yeah, fuck it. All this countries must now leave NATO.
he literally will do anything because he just in the same way that the British government went to Australia, we'll just take all of your animals. You can just bring them in. We'll pay for you to bring your fucking animals and fuck our farmers over, just so we get to say in the media, we've got a free trade agreement with Australia. Woo! Right? That's all he wants. Is he just wants to say, I got peace in Ukraine. Fuck Joe Biden. That's
exactly.
it.
I stopped. And not even because they don't like war. Like, one of the things that people...
No, he's literally been saber-rattling towards Iran this week. Saying like, oh, well, we might need to bomb them. What?
It's fucking invade Canada, Mexico, Greenland, fucking Iran. What the fuck? He's going to go mad and invade Guinea-Bissau for some fucking God knows reason,
not?
You know?
Why not?
Why not? Why not at this point? Why the fuck should he not? And that's the thing, is that they keep trying to paint him as some kind of peace-loving dove. And that's not what he's about. He's just about, let's make sure that we don't have to spend money on replacing old military hardware that gets sent to Ukraine, right? It's America first. It's nothing to do with hating war. Because he loves fucking war. He loves ethnic cleansing in Israel.
Loves it. Loves it.
I mean, I think it's that even after all of this, Trump said, I want this idea that we have Russia and China and America. They all cut their military budgets by 50%. And then the Republicans pass a fucking a bill through the House, like a funding bill through the House, which strips every government department, including Medicare and Medicaid, but gives them more money to the fucking military.
Yep. And, of course, it's pie in the sky, because China, and even if you cut yours by 100%, China aren't cutting theirs by 50%. You're joking?
No.
They're absolutely, they're fine with what's happening right now. They're loving it. They're just going to sit back and watch America crumble itself. Yeah.
Do nothing.
It's been clear that there should be no decisions about Ukraine without Ukraine, and we are steadfast in our support for Ukraine and their people, and we want to see peace on our continent.
Oh,
I mean,
also the method. Just whilst we're on this, the method in the madness is somewhat belied by Trump threatening the wine and champagne industries of Europe with a 200% tariff if our response to his tariffs with a 50% on their whiskey, right? In order to, quote, protect America's champagne industry, which just quickly doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's a sparkling wine industry.
Yeah, they don't actually make champagne. So he's threatening a 200% tariff in order to protect an American industry that does not exist. So, I mean, there's certainly madness, but I'm not seeing where the method is on this one, if I'm entirely honest with you.
Unthinkable, isn't it? It would have been unthinkable if we were here 4 years ago that we've had war on our continent in Europe. It's pretty frightening.
But Daniel's question is there a method to Trump's madness? And obviously when Donald Trump started saying some of the things he did about Ukraine and looked less of an ally to Ukraine than certainly the previous administration, calling Zelensky a dictator, calling for elections, all that kind of thing.
Yeah, but then he claimed he didn't say it, so it's fine. It's fine. If you just say, oh, I don't remember saying that, it means it didn't happen. Fact.
And Europe threw up its hands in horror at that. We're now talking about peace. We weren't talking about peace before.
No, indeed.
Do you think he's...
Well, no, we're talking about peace, but we're literally no closer to it.
Well, the thing is that the irony, of course, is that we were continually told that wanting there to be a peace deal made you a peacenik and a Putin puppet. Right?
Yes, that is
If
that
you
is
wanted there to be
annoying,
peace, you were a Putin puppet, And we wanted peace on good terms. We wanted people at the bargaining table not giving up leverage immediately and getting an international community involved in these peace negotiations, like Corbyn was talking about, whether he was being idealistic or not, like the African League or the Arab states, to be able to try and mediate some kind of peace deal outside of the East-West blocks that are part of the war in itself, And we were told to want to do that made you a Putin puppet who wanted to abandon Ukraine, even though nobody said Corbyn didn't say, and I'm not saying, stop funding Ukraine to make sure they can defend themselves and to justify Putin coming to the table. There are plenty of people who said stop funding, but I'm not one of those people. But even if you took my position, you would call a Putin puppet. And now the unilateral position of the Liberals isn't Starmer wonderful for wanting there to be a peace and to negotiating with it, and not with the African League or the Arab League or the United Nations mediating it. No. It's fucking Donald Trump. It's not the enemy of the liberals. The demagogue fascist himself is the one being the kind of the strong man helping to negotiate this peace deal in the interest of the Russians. And Keir Starmer going fucking glucking on Trump's knob. It now makes him the fucking leader of the free world to these idiots. It's so hypocritical.
You've got a letter from the king.
And also and whilst giving loads of concessions to Putin as well, right? We believe that Trump wants peace. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a fucking shit.
No, absolutely. And just in terms of the funding for Ukraine, I'm not saying defund Ukraine either as well. But what I am saying is you can't sign a 100-year, $3 billion a year contract with them or deal with them, whilst also going, pensioners, you might need to freeze to death, lads. That's not a sustainable situation.
Exactly. Tax the fucking rich.
Yeah.
Been right all along?
Well, I think there had been attempts to try and establish peace. I think that both President Trump, our Prime Minister, President Macron and other world leaders have shown real determination to try and
Macron still
exists. Have a path to peace. And that is in everybody's interest. It's in the interest of the Ukrainian people, but it's also in our interest. National security in Europe is our security, and we need to. That's why we've committed to increase defence spending, and that's why the Prime Minister has shown this incredible international leadership in working closely with President Trump and leaders around the world to try and bring forward this peace.
So, Emma, you're talking about, we've always talked about peace. I mean, I've been following this along with all of you, of course, and all of you at home. We were talking about arming Ukraine and hoping that Ukraine would win until Trump came along. I mean, I have to say, on every programme we've done since Trump came to power, there's been huge criticism of Trump, and I'm not forming a judgment one way or the other. But if Daniel's question is there a method to Trump's madness, is he the one that has got us to this point now?
Me? I don't know. Is Donald Trump, for me, I can't work out if he's a visionary, if he's blinkered, or if he's blind. Because all three seem to...
Because you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. And that's the thing as well. You say, well, people were talking about arming Ukraine. I'm like, if you want a peace deal, you need to arm them. That's part and parcel of it. Like, it's frustrating to me that I seem to be the only person that advocates this perspective, in that I wanted a peace deal as soon as possible for the entirety of this conflict. And my position for arming them has been because it makes a peace deal easier.
Yeah.
Like, there's been a lot of kind of, I think, pretty short-sighted positions of people saying, oh, well, by funding them, you're being militaristic, you're funding the conflict, you're extending the conflict by funding it. I'm just like, no, there's no way that peace happens if if Putin thinks he'll automatically win because the Ukrainians can't fight. Like, he'll just roll into Kyiv like he said he would. It's that funding that keeps the war going. And the more that Putin thinks he can't win militarily, the more likely he is to come to the table. It's really simple kind of the utilitarian calculus here. But none of this undermines the fact that we should have been fighting for peace fucking ages ago.
Yeah. Okay, 255. Were you actually in the audience, or was that a joke? This is your one chance to answer seriously, otherwise I'm tracking you down and having a stern word with you, my friend.
To apply, is it visionary because we're now talking about peace and what we've seen in the Middle East, what we're now seeing potentially in the Ukraine? But is he blinkered because he's putting tariffs on his closest neighbours, or blind because of the disruption he's causing across the world? I don't know is the honest answer, and I think that's the problem, that no one knows. That old adage of saying,
No, I know. I do know. It's just you're a fucking idiot well, no, actually, no. You're a liar. You're lying. Yeah.
Take him literally, his followers take him metaphorically. Every government's got to take him cautiously, I think really lands true here at the moment, because we just don't know. So the proof is going to be in the pudding.
Daniel, let's hear from you. So what you asked this question. What do you think?
I think the war's been going on for years. We had a previous American president who did nothing about it. Europe's been sleeping. In fact, I think this week they've even been talking about conscription, and people like me may eventually have to go to war.
Europe funded Ukraine more than America did.
Also, mate, with your fucking receding hairline there, thinning, I don't think you're going to be called up. I'm just saying. Like, I'm getting to that stage now where I feel like I'm old enough that I can start being a warmonger, because it won't affect me now. It's fine. You get to, I think, is it 40 they cut it off? So I'll give it another couple of more years, and then seriously, I'm bomb baby bomb.
Keir Starmer has not talked about it.
Keir Starmer hasn't. But
That's just for clarification. That is a joke. That is a joke.
I say I use
Poland
him
has, I
collectively,
think.
yeah. And I personally think he's been in charge for 2 months. He's got Zelensky to agree to a ceasefire proposal. I believe his team is in Russia now to potentially get Putin to agree to one.
Yeah, and they've already told him to fuck off. So where's your plan now, mate? Wait, where does this leave your method and your madness? He's literally no closer to a peace deal. And all he had to do was humiliate one of the most well-respected leaders on earth, make himself and his nation an absolute pariah on the world stage, and force all of his allies to go, you know what, America can't be trusted anymore. That's all he had to do. Brilliant. Well done.
He's done more in 2 months, and he's moving at a rate that's so fast that you guys can't keep up. And I do believe there is a method to his madness. I don't agree with
Vladimir Putin's Poland has, I think.
I will just say, this person is representative of how the stupid the people of Wolverhampton are. I told you. I did warn you. They are fucking thick as shit.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. And I personally think he's been in charge for 2 months. He's got Zelensky to agree to a ceasefire proposal. I believe his team is in Russia now to potentially get Putin to agree to one. He's done more in 2 months, and he's moving at a rate that's so fast that you guys can't keep up. And I do believe there is a method
Yeah,
to
because you
his
just said to
madness. I don't agree
Putin,
with
we'll give you what the
everything
fuck
he
you
does,
want.
But I care about...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When you capitulate, it's easy how you know the other side become your friend.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it was super easy to get Netanyahu to agree to a ceasefire in Gaza when your explicit position was Israel can just annex the territory.
Yeah.
Results. And I think everyone in this room wants to see young Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers not dying.
Okay. Constantine.
I mean, okay, but Russia could just stop the war then. That is a way that could happen. I'm not expecting him to do that, but I'm just saying, like, there seems to be very one-sided as to who you think needs to stop.
Well, a few things to say. On my way here, I was watching the press conference that Vladimir Putin was giving in Russia. I think we ought not to get too carried away. Yeah. This is a very early first step. The way Vladimir Putin's responded is just enough, not so that people can blame him for rejecting the ceasefire offer, but nowhere near enough to suggest that real peace is coming in the near future. In terms of Donald Trump, some of the things that he said about Ukraine and Zelensky were absurd, and some of the stuff that's coming out of the MAGA right in America pretty disgusting about Ukraine. However, we have to acknowledge the reality. The reality is we promised the Ukrainians that we would help them win. We didn't actually give them the help that was sufficient for them to win. And when Donald Trump came along, he's found a conflict that was essentially a meat grinder in which both Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were dying for no significant gain, really, for either side. He's, I think, extremely genuine in attempting to bring this to a close. And
oh, you're a lying cunt. Brilliant. Cool.
And he's making steps that no one else has. So I think there's absolutely a method to the madness. And I think it's described in his book, actually, where you throw out crazy...
So you think he's genuine, but he calls Zelensky a dictator?
Awesome. And didn't know what AUKUS was?
No.
Easy things that discombobulate everyone, and then you come in and actually solve the problem. So I'm delighted that steps are being made towards peace, but we're a long way away from that outcome.
Okay. Man in the blue.
Absolutely pointless.
Obviously, since Trump came into power, we've had a lot of talk about what a resolution for the war looks like and whether or not it will come along. But what actually would make up a peace agreement in this war? Would it be a cessation of violence? Would it be NATO membership? Territory gains, that sort of thing? Because obviously Russia occupy territory at this moment. What would that kind of look like? Do we have any sort of idea?
Let me come back to that. The woman there in the black top.
I would not give Donald Trump any credit for where we are right now. The way he has gone about it, he's act like a bully. He's an overgrown man acting like a bully. He's instruct stuff from the Ukrainian president, which is unacceptable. Yes, we need to talk and have peace, but I would not give him credit for the way he has gone about and done it.
Okay, the man at the very back. Man at the very back, that's it, yeah.
I just can't understand why Trump's spouting peace without ever appearing to have spoken to the Russians, unless he's done some backdoor negotiations. Because for him to do it...
Well, do you mean by that Vladimir Putin is fucking him in the back door? because that might be true.
I mean, yeah, almost certainly. Also interesting, thank you, Ben, for pointing out in chat, that Konstantin Kisin just completely 180'd his opinion on the Trump-Zelensky interaction after his audience got mad at him for criticizing Trump at all, you know? It's so, he is the ultimate in motivated reasoning, because these are fucking grifters, you know?
Yeah.
These are all fucking grifters. Like, they remember the failed actors that you got on, like, the Surrounded thing with Sam Cedar, just people who couldn't get jobs in doing normal media because they weren't talented enough, and realized that the conservative grift circuit is a fucking infinite money glitch.
Yeah, and it literally is. I mean, Ben Shapiro is the ultimate example. There's no way he was ever going to make it in Hollywood. But Mercer family, ching. Yeah, brilliant.
And that's the thing as well. Just people try and call me a fucking grifter, and I'm just like, if I'm grifting, I'm doing a fucking bad job of it. What, you know, when my 23,000 subscribers or some shit, and I'm like, this is not being a left wing is not a lucrative grift. Someone's on Twitter saying, why do you never see like right to left converts? You only see left to right converts. It's because, well, the right to left converts do exist. They just don't have the Koch brothers giving them billions of dollars in funding to massively spread their message to make you hear about them.
Yeah, they don't have the platform of all of the media.
This is our deal, accept it or don't. It seems ridiculous.
Pfizer?
Yeah, I mean, I think a few weeks ago, though I'm not a fan of Trump, I would have said, like, at least there's these discussions happening. But I do think he's really strengthened Russia's hands in the last few weeks. But we saw it with the fallout when he had that argument with Zelensky in front of all the cameras at the Oval Office. We see it with him, you know, pausing arms deliveries. And now I'm really worried for the Ukrainians because I think they're going to get sold out. And I think that they will lose territory. I think that in negotiations, the Russians will drive a really hard bargain. And you know, Trump has done some things, you know, he didn't intentionally, but I think he's brought Europe together. I think he's made us look at our security. You know, I'm not someone that wants to see defense spending necessarily go up because, you know, the idea of raising my son in a world where there's an arms race really worries me. And so what I would really love to see the government thinking more about is the longer-term peace plan and thinking about our security, like energy security and food security. When Russia invaded Ukraine, it really highlighted a lot of problems that we have. Right? Our bills went up massively. And had we had less reliance on importing gas and energy, then we would have been in a much better place. So I think there's a broader, longer-term strategy that we need to make sure we have peace, because none of us want to live in that world where we're just upping and upping defence spending.
Wendy?
True.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of why does Trump...
Actually, I will just say Konstantin Kisin does want to live in that world.
Well, 100%. The world of strong men, that's what he wants. Or who fucking knows? He might just make up an opinion to whatever his audience want him to believe.
Yeah.
For me, it's so that Donald Trump can take credit for achieving that peace. And where I would agree with Vazia is the fact that clearly he has got Ukraine to a position where they've agreed in the first instance of this 30 days ceasefire.
And do you think he doesn't deserve credit for getting us to
Well, he's done it by materially weakening what should be an ally to the US.
And, by the way, an underrated or analysed part of the actual agreement, I don't know if you read the document or parts of it anyway, is that literally one of the clauses of it is that Zelensky says on behalf of the Ukrainian people sends their grateful thanks to President Donald Trump. Not to the American people, not to the American taxpayer, specifically to Donald Trump.
I've been told to do it. Like we won't negotiate with you unless you.
Well, exactly, yeah. But that it just goes to show you how pathetically self-absorbed. I mean, just historical levels of self-absorption.
And indeed, making life very difficult for his allies, both here in Europe and also, as we see in Canada and Mexico, with the relationship fracturing that's been going on. So I think that is certainly how I feel about it. In relation to that 30-day ceasefire, I'd absolutely agree with Konstantin, and I think we're at very early days. There's absolutely no doubt that Putin now has a decision to make. But the reality is that Putin sees Ukraine as part of Russia. And for him, any kind of step back from that is going to weaken his position in Russia. And I think that makes things quite difficult to see how there's a way forward.
The man in front in the black sweater.
I just want to echo something that the gentleman said behind in the last part of his
reply. I served in the army as well as other forces, and a year of my service was in West Germany. The threat of where Constantine was from was imminent and the most scariest thing I've ever lived through. So actually living through the threat of during an arms race and everything like that is the scariest thing.
You
I've
didn't
ever
live
done.
during an arms race. You lived at the most during the period of détente. I mean, at the Star Wars, I guess, but then the Russians didn't really respond. Like, you didn't live during the fucking Bay of Pigs or something, or the fucking Cuban Missile Crisis. Shut the fuck up, mate.
And the shit that he's talking about is like Hungarian Revolution stuff. There was basically no kind of Soviet military intervention into Eastern Europe kind of post-Czechoslovakia, if I remember correctly.
Basically, yeah. I mean, there were Soviet troops in East Germany until 1994, bizarrely. But yeah, they didn't invade anywhere for a long time. Mainly because they were desperate to try and keep themselves together. They didn't really have the troops to spare. They were too busy being destroyed in Afghanistan. You know?
It's basically true, yeah.
I mean, we would like to go into, Czechoslovakia at this point, but unfortunately all our soldiers are dead.
Yeah, most of the actual belligerents within the from the Soviet Union was against kind of Eastern Bloc powers that wanted to leave Comecon rather than capitalist states that opposed them.
Yeah, exactly. The threat was always inside the heads of the capitalists that, they'll definitely just invade Western Europe. They didn't really have any plan to invade Western Europe. They basically just wanted the West to leave them the fuck alone. For the most part, at least. Proxy wars. They were fine with proxy wars, but they weren't going to invade France. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. And the proxy wars were in like the global south, right? The proxy wars were in non-aligned states wanting to make sure their governments were aligned with Soviet interests.
Yeah.
It wasn't they weren't invading Western nations like pro-capitalist nations. They were fomenting pro-Eastern coups or military guerrilla factions like in Angola or in Afghanistan, as you say, countries around the world to maintain their influence globally. It wasn't about rolling the tanks into West Germany.
Yeah, far away from any white people countries. Just the brown and black ones.
And I've done a few things in my life. The problem is, peace can't come at any cost. You have to show strength to stop them coming over the border. And that's what NATO did while I served in West Germany.
Yeah.
We may not have had much of a lifespan if they'd have come over the border, and that's what we were told every single day, and from the other threats, but that...
Well, thank you for the greatest take from 1982, mate. No one fucking cares. That is a world that doesn't exist anymore. The things you are describing here are history, and this is a current affairs show.
Be shown strength.
And obviously, you over there and you're in the blue stripe top. You talked.
Well, I personally think he doesn't go back far enough. I think we need to keep up with the threat of this massed fire from cannons from the French. That's what we need to get up with. Or the fucking... how about the Greek phalanx, perhaps? What the fuck, mate? It's not relevant to anything.
Well, whoa. There's a real threat posed by the Carthaginians.
True, absolutely. The Mongol hordes! Ah!
I mean, Putin is saying, at the moment anyway, the idea of having NATO troops and even European troops in Ukraine is a non-starter. Yeah.
Well, yes. So let me address that. I really want to, because I think it's the most important part of this entire discussion. Can I just say on the credit, if Donald Trump can do a good deal for Ukraine, let's build him a golden statue of him the size of the Statue of Liberty and put it wherever he wants and give him all the credit and bow down.
Yeah, we know you want to suck his dick really, really bad. But, like, a politician doing a good thing is what we should expect.
And on top of that, it's not going to fucking happen because he's already entirely subsumed by Russia. Again, I'm not going to go... Again, most of the Russiagate stuff was a bunch of fucking liberal nonsense to justify the fact their candidate was shit and they lost the election twice, But Paul Manafort was a fucking paid employee of the fucking Russians, right?
down and whatever. I don't care who gets the credit or not. If he can do the right peace deal, I think that will be worth it, honestly. Now, what is the right peace deal? I don't even remember, Fiona, the first time I was on this program was...
He's not even trying to. He's not even trying to. He literally gave all of it away before they even started talking. So he can't get a good deal. Literally. Unless he rows back on it and somehow Putin agrees. Also, he's meant to
art
get...
of the shit deal.
Yeah. The first time I came on this show... and the 6 times since then, like, he's fucking... Why is this cunt being given a platform? Why? Is it because he's got a funny name? Is that it? Is he well, we can say we had a Russian on.
A few days after the invasion, and I said at the time, territory is not that important. What matters for Ukraine is long-term security. And that does mean...
I think territory is quite important. I really think it is quite important, actually.
Yeah, because otherwise we'll have the raw earth minerals to give to Donald Trump.
Well, exactly, yeah. Maybe that's what he means. The territory around the raw earth minerals are irrelevant. As long as they've still got those, they're fine.
British, French, European peacekeepers on that border. NATO membership, I think, is out of the question at this point. But there has to be a physical barrier between Ukraine and Russia. Otherwise, this will happen again.
You are a dumb cunt if you think the Russians are ever going to sign a peace deal that has French and British troops up their arse. It isn't going to happen. Now, in theory, we could just go and do it anyway. But that's how you start a nuclear war. Not ideal, I think. So the Russians are never going to sign up to that. I genuinely, I don't know what we do at this point. So it's almost, it's not intractable. Basically, the only way it can be solved is if one or other either capitulates or literally just collapses as a nation.
If territory isn't important, I think that we should give, as part of the peace deal, Konstantin Kissin's house to Russia.
Yeah.
Just that little strip of land where he belongs. That can be the sovereign territory of a little exclave. Let's go with Kaliningrad.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. And if he moves, I've got a great idea. We give Russia that land as well.
But no, but the thing is that that's only fine to do if they're Palestinians.
No, but his front garden was promised to Vladimir Putin 4,000 years ago. So he's just taking back what was promised to him.
I mean, to be fair, at least Konstantin Kissin has been pressured by his audience into being consistent here, which is it literally doesn't fucking matter. Just give the strongmen what they want. Doesn't matter if he's now an unironic, supporter of Russia and Israel at the same time with regards to this, because the Trump audience just love demonic strongmen regardless of what flavor they are.
Yeah.
And we're going to be sitting here talking about yet another invasion,
another
risk of nuclear escalation.
Which is why, ironically, the liberals are still the ones here with a completely incoherent belief system, because they're the ones supporting Ukraine and Israel. At least being pro-Russia, pro-Israel, or pro-Ukraine, pro-Palestine makes sense.
Yeah.
At least that's ethically and morally consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's mutually contradictory to be pro-Ukraine and pro-Israel. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And by the way, here's another thing.
Or tankies to be pro-Russia and pro-Palestine.
I mean, it's personally perfectly reasonable to be team international proletariat. But a bunch of people who say they are just pro-Russia at the end of
But that's what I mean. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Well, they're not even necessarily pro-Russia. They're anti-US. And because Ukraine is associated with the West, they think that it's bad de facto.
Oh, true. But and the really annoying thing is, America bad as a policy position will lead you in the right direction 99% of the time. It's not, statistically, it's probably the most accurate one-size-fits-all policy prescription for everything, right?
Yeah, it's so true.
But unfortunately, occasionally it will lead you a cropper, and then you end up with this situation where people who are pro-Palestine are also like, Putin is based as fuck. He's leading the multipolar world, blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up.
They has go and having fucking meetings with Alexander Dugin.
True.
If we as the West sell out Ukraine, you know what's going to happen? every other country that has powerful enemies like Russia is going to say, well, you guys are not going to protect me. That means we need nuclear weapons, because that's the only way to keep ourselves safe. So if we want to stop the world from becoming...
That literally already happened. That already happened with Iraq. Because Saddam Hussein was selling you all the oil you wanted. He even did your dirty work against Iran back in the 70s and 80s, right? He was right up the West's arse. But he didn't have nuclear weapons, so he got invaded. Same with Gaddafi. So you know what Kim Jong-un did? Or Kim Jong-il did? Let's do some nuclear weapons. Because we don't get invaded if we've got nuclear weapons.
Yep, just belligerence and belligerence, interventionism, and blowback just constantly being a feature of Western international politics. And no matter how many times it bites them on the arse, they still come back for more.
Yeah, and of course this is one of the reasons that regime change is illegal. It's not that you want to protect Saddam Hussein or Colonel Gaddafi, both of whom were cunts. It's that if you do that, it basically breaks down the entire structure of international diplomacy. Because why would they bother talking to you? Because even if you give them everything, even if you still sell them the oil and you do negotiations and you have free exchange of peoples and all the rest of it, as soon as it's convenient, you get overthrown. So why bother? And then, you know, the world falls to pieces, as we are seeing.
More polluted with nuclear weapons, we have to make sure that Ukraine gets a good deal. And if Donald Trump can do that, give him a Nobel Peace Prize.
Which he said
But he
he wants,
can't.
actually, I think. Yeah.
Really?
The man, I think he has. The man there in the glasses in the...
You are honestly one of the most grotesque human beings. Give him a Nobel Peace Prize. Yes, sideways up his arsehole. Yeah.
And again,
Fuck
like,
you.
That's the thing, right? He knows his audience. He knows his audience is full of Trump supporters, full of actual like MAGA like cultists, right? So all he has to do is go, well, if this thing happens, then we should be helpful for him, even though it's obviously fucking already been completely kiboshed by the current negotiations.
Yeah.
The suit, yes.
Negotiations tend to start, particularly at this scale, to start like a pendulum swing, being very, very polarised. And as they progress, it sort of gets closer to where that pendulum's going to stop. And we don't know where that's going to stop or how long it's going to be. But within that, there's an element of predictability. The unpredictable element is Donald Trump and who presents a wild card in this situation.
And is that his...
Whereas what Vladimir Putin can be relied upon. Is that your actual position, friend?
I mean, you probably can rely on him to do what literally is in the best interests of Russian ethno-nationalists at every single point.
Well, true, but like, if you do a deal with him, he's not going to stick to it.
No, true. Just like he stuck to all the other agreements.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I mean, just coming back to Dan's original question, is that his strength, do you think, or is that his weakness?
It can...
It can be either. I think it can
The
be
jury's
either.
out, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Man at the very back, you've got a grey top on, I think, and glasses. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think Trump is taking all the headlines here with his bull in a china shop methods. But I'm not a traditional Labour supporter, but I've got to say that I think our own PM, Sakir, has played a good hand in this, and I think he's been working in the background with the Europeans, with the Ukrainians, with the Americans, and I think our own PM has done a good job here.
I would agree.
You'll be clear.
Leader of the free world.
Not a single clap. No
No.
claps at all. to
No.
fucking run up Starmer's arsehole.
Well, thank you. I mean, at the very least, the people of Wolverhampton didn't clap the obviously paid question in the audience from Labour HQ. So, you know
Labour
what?
councillor alert! Labour councillor alert!
Yeah, exactly, yeah. From, like, Waverley or some one of the little towns around Wolverhampton.
Man in the... You've got a white top on, I think. Yeah.
Trump was accusing Zelensky of potentially causing World War III. To be honest, I'm more concerned that he might cause World War III. God knows what's discussed behind closed doors with Russia. So for me, I think it's probably scary times.
Let's not forget, though,
Fair dues.
Russia started this illegal war. It's an illegal invasion by Russia of a sovereign...
Are you sure? Because apparently the great deal maker thinks that fucking Ukraine might have started it. But
Also
if you...
on top of this,
Go on.
If we're gonna talk about illegal invasions and annexations, do you wanna maybe apply that standard to Israel? Maybe just a bit tiny.
No. That's different. That's different because reasons.
State. I met with one of the Ukrainians ministers yesterday. The Vice Minister for Economy came to see me in the Treasury, and just to.
What was their name? Can you remember their name? No? Okay.
Talk about something that Pfizer said a couple of minutes ago. It's really important that we're not just showing international leadership in terms of bringing the sides together. We're also talking to the Ukrainians about how we can help them once we have a lasting peace in their reconstruction. So we've already enabled some of the frozen Russian assets to underpin loans to Ukraine. So I agree, we don't know how this is going to develop, and it's relatively early days. But once we get that lasting peace, then we need to be in a strong position to help them rebuild their country.
And in terms of releasing money from the frozen Russian assets, which is something Donald Trump has talked about at some length, said, why aren't you doing it? And there are various...
Which is very interesting, considering one of his main gripes with the Iran nuclear deal was, we're giving Iran so much money, we're giving them billions of dollars. No, that was Iranian money that was frozen in Western bank accounts. We were allowing them access to their own money. But apparently he now understands the concept of frozen money.
Art of the deal.
Legal and diplomatic reasons why that's not happened so far. Do you think there's a chance that is going to happen, though?
Well, let's be clear about this. We're using immobilised Russian assets to underpin loans to Russia, and we are also using the interest that we are gaining from that to help.
But in terms of the
action.
And this is now a Trump thing, isn't it? Because Trump said, oh, we're going to get that money back. It's loans. We used to give them money, and now it's loans because Trump said so or something. We're just so pathetic, really.
Assets themselves, the cash or the yachts or whatever they might be, is there a chance realistically that those are going to get used?
Well, legally it's very difficult to do, and also you want to be very careful what kind of precedents you set.
Chelsea Football Club, Abramovich, here's money?
That is a very tricky issue, but the agreement with him was that that money should go into a foundation, and that foundation should support Ukraine, but we're yet
well, job done then, isn't it?
Well, it would be nice, wouldn't it? But we're yet to get to that point, obviously.
OK, look, we will come back to this subject many times, I'm sure. So I'm just going to move on and take another question. Before I do, I'll just tell you where we are next week, which is Reading in Berkshire. And the week after that, we're in Dartford in Kent. So if you'd like to come and be part of our programme and put your questions, as our audience here is in Wolverhampton, Reading or Dartford, go to the Question Time website. The instructions will be there to tell you how to apply, and hopefully I will see you there. So Reading next week, that's the first one. OK, Claire Heath, where are you sitting? Right, let's hear your question.
Will the abolition of NHS England ultimately improve the performance of our NHS?
Right, so Keir Starmer announced today, didn't he, that NHS England, which is the body that runs the health service, a sort of administrative, managerial part of the health service, will be abolished to cut bureaucracy, that's the way he's describing it, and bring management of the NHS back into democratic control, so make it part of the Department of Health. Luke, as a former GP, you were GP for what, 7 years or something?
So I qualified as a doctor in 2007.
Right.
And then,
Before we start,
2013 was a GP.
It's going to be very, very, very funny for this Tory to somehow criticise the thing that they wish they'd been able to do forever. Like, with knots, these people are going to twist themselves in to say that cutting government departments is bad, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they did it with the pensioner heating credit. The hypocrisy, these people, knows no bounds.
True.
GP.
So NHS England was brought about, and it's worth saying that in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, this kind of thing doesn't exist, but it was brought about as a result of Conservative reforms under the then Health Secretary Andrew Lansley to kind of keep NHS management...
Who honestly is first in line for the trebuchet, that guy.
True.
I haven't forgot. You and IDS, mate. We might do a dual one to kick it off.
At arm's length from politicians, and the Labour government's now said, right, let's bring it back into the purview of politicians. What's your view? I mean, as a GP, will it improve the performance of the NHS? Will it make any difference?
Claire, I don't know at this point, and I think it's the honest answer. No one knows.
Do you know anything? Your two answers so far have been, I don't know. Why are you here then?
Tory don't know anything at all. It's just, yeah, become a government. Become an opposition MP. Do you know anything? Nah. Just wanted the 80k a year.
Yeah.
One of the things people always say to me is, why is the NHS always such a political football? And that was one of the reasons to say, give it to NHS England, because then you keep it out of politicians' control. There's always going to be an issue over what budgets you put in place. Now we're taking it back. The good news about that is you hold Wes Streeting directly accountable for everything that goes on in there. The downside is, how much influence is that politician going to have? Whoever's in power is going to make those decisions.
Yeah. The problem is, Wes Streeting is now in control of the NHS. Yeah, that is the problem. Yeah.
Did you get the sense as a GP that NHS England was a deadening hand upon the functioning of the NHS?
Ooh, a deadening hand. I'm going to turn it around in a different way.
He doesn't know. I'm going to shock you, chat. He doesn't know the answer to that question either, I think.
We've got a CDC being built in my area in Hinckley, which is a
CDC?
Community Diagnostic Centre, £24 million investment. And so when this was being lined up, I asked, can I meet the management to find out how this works? And 6 people came on the screen, and we did the conversation about what's going on. I said, if there's a problem, who do I speak to? Who's in charge? And they said, well, we are. I said, sorry, what who do I need to call as the MP if there's a problem? And they said, well, we are. And that was the problem. So I've seen that when I volunteered as a doctor in the vaccination side, fully signed off, working as a GP, and I volunteered, and I had to see 4 different people to be signed off in the pandemic. These are the kind of things that you need to get out. Now, whether it's a politician that's going to make the decision or NHS England, I really don't know. What I'd like to see is more of the clinicians being able to make the decisions, because they understand that role far better. And if we can push things down, that's the idea behind the ICB format. This is the integrated care boards and allowing them to come together. We started to see that happen in 2022. The problem is now we're seeing where does it actually go when the pressure's on, and we've got different budgets from social care and mental health. So I don't know is the honest answer.
Oh, for fuck's sake, mate. Keir Starmer has silly catchphrases. Like, no one wants to see that. But his is literally, I don't know. Which is not very reassuring for a man who wants to be a government minister. Really.
Well, again, because he can't have an answer, right? Because if he says that it's good, then you have to say, well, why didn't you do it when you were in government? Because, of course, most Tories have now wiped their hands of the Lansdowne reforms and kind of privately admit that they're bad, but won't publicly admit that they're bad. So that's, if he says that it's a good thing, then you should have done it when you were in government. Then you were literally somebody who was a doctor. You know how the NHS functions, so you should have at least had the ear of Health Secretary. Was last one was Steve Barclay, or was Victoria Atkins after him as well? You should have told them to do it. They never did it. And if he says that it's bad, then he goes, well, he's admitting that everything that was happening at the moment, you managed terribly,
Yeah.
I presume you do know.
Yes, of course. So, look, the whole point of this is that we, at the moment, have 2 national organisations, the Department of Health and NHS England, essentially doing a very similar job. And there's just too much duplication. And the Tories invented this in England, don't have in Scotland or Wales,
hang on a minute.
About 13 years ago. And we've seen...
They don't have it in Wales and Scotland because they have Holyrood and the Senedd, which is specifically there to manage their own healthcare services within the purview of NHS England. They're doing the same thing, but in those areas. They don't have NHS England in those sectors because there is devolved powers that manage that for Scotland and Wales by the Welsh and Scottish devolved assemblies.
Yeah.
To say, they don't have it in Wales. Of course they don't have it in Wales and Scotland. They don't need it because they have the Welsh and Scottish governments.
Yeah, indeed.
This huge duplication of cost and therefore money going to back office, whereas what we want to do is make sure that more of that investment is in the front line, so we've got more resources for treating patients. Well, it's going to save quite a lot of money, actually.
How much?
Well, I'll come to that in a minute. Because at the moment,
I think
two
Keir Starmer's
comms
quoting
teams.
500 million, isn't
Well, this is the ludicrous situation we have. We have a comms team in NHS England and a comms team in the Department for Health and Social Care. We have a policy team in both organisations. We have a strategy team in both organisations. We do not need that number of people doing those sort of admin jobs. Between 2010 and now, we've got double the amount of people working across those two organisations, yet patient satisfaction levels are at some of their lowest on record. When we left government in 2010, they're at their highest levels. So we've got more people working in admin, but patient outcomes are worse. So what we want to do is build on the progress we're already making. We've had waiting lists coming down now for the 5th month in a row. This is, this is great progress. We've still got a long way to go, but we've got to do something urgent and profound in order to get NHS reform and NHS investment into actual patient care, improving the lives of people who are being treated by the NHS. That's what this is all about.
And one result of this will be that something like 9,000 people are going to lose their...
Someone in chat pointing out, I don't know how to pronounce your name because it's got loads of numbers in it, pointing out that in Wales, decisions get done by constituent health boards, not a centralised quango, essentially, like NHS England, right? But of course, that is the decision of the Senedd, right?
Yeah.
There can't be an NHS England for Wales because that would be the choice of the Welsh administration to do that, you know?
Yeah.
Their job. As a Labour government, are you happy with that?
Well, there will be job losses.
I mean, it's going to be, well, 50% is what's being quoted by the government, which is if you include NHS England and the few in the Department of Health, that's about 9,000 people. That's a hell of a lot of people you're putting out of work.
But what's important here...
But are you bothered about that?
Well, you know, obviously those are difficult decisions, but what's really important here is that too many people have been waiting for too long for standard operations on the NHS, thanks to the mess we inherited from the Conservative government. And we've got to make sure that we double down on the progress we're already making in bringing down those waiting times and improving that patient care.
All right. Man in the red top.
Of those 50% or 9,000 people, will those actually come from frontline or just be from backroom staff? And also...
When you say frontline,
they're all
going to be
backroom
people who are
staff.
working as nurses or doctors. It's not...
Yeah, they're all backroom staff, yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
all
not the kind of people
an administrative role because that's what NHS England is for. And actually, there's a good point in chat here as well, is that NHS England is another symptom of the idea the state can't do anything for itself and it must outsource management to competent technocrats. But of course, the problem is that if you have somebody who's really bad in charge of the DHSC, then they would end up being worse than the unaccountable technocrats, right? But at least they'd be accountable.
Are we going to encourage people to go into those jobs as well, though, still? And try and get more people frontline to get rid of those waiting lists.
OK, there's a man there with the glasses on.
But the problem is you have some clinicians who are doing both of these roles.
Sure, but in NHS England it's primarily admin and managerial.
You'll be a portfolio doctor doing some of these roles. So part of the whole point is to have some crossover structure. So the worry is actually, with those job losses, is where is that talent going? Where is that experience going that's going to try and help solve the problem? That's a really important
We need to get those people back on the front line, don't we?
I honestly don't know how you can be a doctor and be in the Tory party.
I mean, they used to all be Tories.
Well, they did used to be,
Tories,
but
didn't they?
there's no one alive that was a doctor then. That's still around.
Well, it was actually quite recently, right? I think it was in the 2010s that the BMA started going really lefty. You know.
Well, no, not just the BMA. Yeah. I mean, like if you were a frontline doctor, like I'm not even saying vote Tory, but like be in the Tory party. Because you know what their opinions of the NHS are.
True.
Like, there's just no fucking defence for that at all. It's not just the leopards. It's the leopards eating your face. It's literally the leopards are currently eating your face, and you're voting for them.
I think there were maybe some doctors who were motivated, previously into medicine because they thought it was lucrative to be able to spend the money, right? And therefore, a Conservative administration privatising the health service would jack up doctor salaries, it would, in the same way the salaries of doctors are way higher in the United States because they can justify it because it's all privatized, So it might be that kind of thing, but that the culture of medicine as an institution has radically changed since the 1970s and 60s, of course. And of course, in the 2010s, in the 2000s, the doctors were relatively kind of middle of the road. I mean, they were supportive of the NHS, but since 2010, they've become like radical communists now. You should have seen those great speech both from Chris Morris at the BMA to, Philip Banfield's very left wing, is the current chair of the BMA. doctors in general, you know, I have so many friends who are doctors, and it's a real kind of culture change, and I couldn't tell you where it's from in terms of the reasons people getting into medicine changing too, which is interesting.
Yes, thank you, Miss Hire, for resubscribing with 39 months with Prime. Much love to you. Yes, don't forget you can support both of us in the form of subscriptions, memberships, subs, super chats, bits messages, carrier pigeons with money in the little ankle ring that they have on carrier pigeons. Please don't send me a pigeon. I don't want a pigeon.
Hang on a minute. Hang on, just a second. Just so I'm clear. In NHS England, of the 9,000 jobs, the vast majority is not going to be people you're going to put back on the front line. They're going to be go on the line to the unemployment office, surely.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, they're going to go to the front line of the dole queue and be turned down there as well. So, you know, good stuff.
Luke raises, if there are clinicians who are double hatting, we want to make sure that we are putting
Double
more
hatting.
of the investment. We put a record amount of investment into the NHS in the budget, over £22 billion. We've got to make sure that those resources are focused on improving patient care.
But who's going to design the system? It's the doctors and the clinicians.
We'll
they
still
understand
have people
the system.
designing the system. We just don't
But
need
you've just
two
taken them
sets
out
of
'cause you
people
wanted
designing
them,
the system.
But they're the people, the professionals who
I do have to say, I do like look, I don't want to be too, like, phrenology about this, but that man's cheekbones and jaw structure are delightful.
True.
Don't get suckered into it, chat. He is a prick. He's a Tory MP, so like just by their very nature. But it is, he looks like, you know, I mean, I don't know how much SpongeBob SquarePants you've ever watched, but the episode where Squidward gets like a face tuck thing, and he's got like the Chad Squidward thing.
Oh, this yeah.
He's got that. He's got that jawline, but as a real person, which is interesting.
straddle across in clinical leadership often have two hats to be able to see what goes on in day-to-day world and then try and make things better in the system. If you take those out, where do they go? What happens? You're suddenly saying the politician knows best over the NHS, and that's a risk.
So you started out by saying you didn't know if it'd make a difference, but it sounds like you do think
Also, hang on a minute. Politicians know best, not the NHS. But the NHS England isn't the NHS. It is business people. It is managements and consultants. You know, not like medical consultants, but management consultants. Like, it's full of technocrats. It's not actually the NHS. It's the trusts. Those are the NHSs. You know, that's people who have experience with healthcare provision. The people in NHS England are people who have, you know, they manage, you know, these are different. Again, I'm not averse to management, and especially when it's on the ground, but this kind of, you know, arm's length management body, these people don't know what it's like being on the front line, as has been evidenced by the statement from Anna Reynolds.
Yeah. Also, if you oppose politicians telling doctors what to do, why did you support the Lansley reforms in the first place, mate?
Risk.
We don't know what's happening with these people.
Let's see what our audience think. Who obviously, I'm sure all of us have received NHS treatment at some point. Yes, man in the glasses there.
You've made the point that neither Scotland nor Wales has the equivalent of NHS.
We can't bury that lead. You can't, because he has waxed that moustache. That's not you don't defy gravity like that without waxing. I very much approve. That is metal as fuck.
If you're going to have facial hair, making sure that it is absolutely perfectly styled every single day when you go out is the way to go.
Absolutely glorious. I do hope you don't let us down now by saying something very fucking stupid. Don't let me down, friend.
England, and yet their health services don't appear to be in any better shape.
In fact,
so
worse.
what tangible results and evidence are we going to get from this?
Okay, man there in the black jacket. Yes, sir.
My concern is, having cared for my wife now going on 20 years, is the potentiality of too many managers at the top. Clearly, something needs to happen. It's parallel with what Sir Keir Starmer's talking about in terms of the civil service, and he's already looking at how that can potentially bring about redundancies. My concern is...
You know what you should do? You should start a Quango for that.
that waiting lists are still increasing just for one issue at the moment, which I can't talk about. I've been told it's going to take 15 weeks just to get your first appointment. So clearly something is still going wrong. And I just feel there's far too many managers and not enough clinicians actually making the
Every
decision.
time, every
this
single
might be a good
time,
thing then, as far
they say there's too much man. It's not true. It's just not true that the NHS is overmanaged compared to basically every other like healthcare service. You know, we are in the bottom half in terms of level of administrative employees within our healthcare system compared to so many other systems. We're below the average for OECD countries, right? You want to have a look at the system that has the most managers? It's the fucking American system, because people are palming money off of the incredibly lucrative sector because it's a fucking inelastic market.
Yep.
It's not overmanaged. I mean, maybe it's managed in the wrong place. Maybe centrally managed. You know, I'm willing to be convinced that having so many employees of NHS England overmanages it centrally, who don't have connections to the actual people on the ground doing the things. But having people who are there to maximise the kind of the working practices, like the efficiency of the working practices that are being done locally within trusts or within hospitals, brilliant, great, I'd love it. I'd love to try and find better ways of working by employing people to try and drive these things. Not efficiency by cuts, but efficiency by, you know, having like a working algorithm that maximizes potential, you know?
Yeah. Also, getting rid of these administrative staff isn't going to give you a single extra clinician. We literally have openings now. We don't have enough clinicians. And that's at least in part because of lack of funding, leading people to fuck off to Canada and Australia and America.
Literally. I know Jack Miller points out in chat that there was literally a tweet by John Byrne Murdoch, the data analyst at the Financial Times, talking about how there was in East Sussex, they literally hired administrators and it drastically dropped waiting times because everyone was obsessed with this idea of cutting administration out, and all it did was leading to people not analysing kind of broadly, holistically, whether the working arrangements were maximizing efficiency or not, you know, in terms of working practice. You hire somebody to just look at these ways of working, finding new ways, and immediately increase the level to which the people could see patients.
See, that's the level you're going to work on. The Jack Miller coming in, pertinent point, good example, let's go.
Absolutely.
As far as you're concerned.
Sorry?
This might be a good thing then, as far as you're concerned, getting
another good point, actually.
That if there's two departments...
Another great point from Retro Jimmy X in chat. If the NHS were overmanaged, we wouldn't constantly have clinicians doing non-clinical roles. That's so true. So true. The penny pinching goes so far. We have been taking people off of frontline roles and putting them into managerial roles completely needlessly, reducing the provision that we should be having of people doing frontline work.
Is that another example of the false economy of austerity yet again?
I wonder.
And it gives me tail-end ideas of the tax office that do everything in triplicate, then
Right.
we need to look at
Okay.
it.
Let's hear from the woman behind you.
Okay, shouty man.
Hello. You've mentioned that there are clinicians that are double hatting currently in the NHS England, and you were worried about politicians saying they know best. Well, could we not have a politician in charge of our health systems who have a background as a clinician in the first place, so they...
Rather than someone who just has been bought and paid for by the private healthcare industry.
That's what's so tilting, right? Is that Labour have a qualified doctor within their ranks. They have a Rosina Allen Khan MP, who was previously, when they were in opposition, on their front bench as their shadow minister for mental health. And then she was critical of Wes Streeting, and then they got rid of the mental health space on their front bench as opposition to get her off of the front bench because she was too critical of their potential and now current minister for DHSC, and who she was critical of the fact that his plan for private involvement is fucking stupid. But of course, Wes Streeting's from Labour together. He's got mates in the right places. He's their future guy who they want to be, you know, the leader of the party and potential prime minister. So he gets to do whatever he wants with literally zero expertise or history or education on the issues.
Yeah. No. To the person in chat, no, Wesley was not a doctor.
they've been a doctor or a nurse and they've gone through the system and they've gone, you know what, I want to go into politics. And then, so we have someone in charge of our health system who actually knows how it works in the beginning.
Okay, well,
I like this woman.
Yes, I'll come round the rest of the panel. Let me just say, the woman at the very back with the glasses on. Yeah. Yes.
Should you not... the nature of politics is the government changes every 5 or so years. Should the NHS not be looked after?
I just want to point out, we have had periods of 17 and then 13 and then 14 years of unchanged government over the last 50 fucking years, you stupid bastard. I'm sorry, I don't know what world you've been living in. Every 4 or 5 years, what are you talking about?
By the government or politicians cross-party, so there can be a long-term goal that's...
See, I hate this. I hate this so much, right?
Wendy.
Is that people constantly will say this. They will constantly say, why can't we just work together? Why can't we work cross-party towards a common goal? Because the parties have different ideologies. That is why they are political parties. They foresee the role, the end goal, and the functioning of, or even existence of the NHS from totally different perspectives that are, in quite a lot of cases, totally in conflict with each other. Like, you cannot get Reform UK and the Green Party, for example, to work cross-party on the NHS, because one believe that the NHS should be entirely in public hands, and the other ones want to fucking abolish it. That you can't work cross-party with people who literally don't agree with you on what the fucking role of the NHS should be. You know, but the problem is these people think that politicians don't have ideologies, because of course neoliberalism is the silent ideology, and they just believe that everything can be run in a correct and best way, which of course political parties will all disagree on from a foundational principle, because their ideologies on what constitutes good or being well run is completely different.
Can politicians stop doing politics, please?
I know, that's what they want. They want politicians to not be political. It's very frustrating.
Because there's the one opinion. Can we not just run everything as the one opinion, please?
Yeah, to the gentleman that pointed out in terms of the NHS, certainly in Scotland, you mentioned 15 weeks. I've got a constituent that's waiting in excess of 100 weeks for an appointment in relation to cardiology. So, you know, the system in Scotland is not working as it should be either. And obviously we've had a government in Scotland who've been in charge of the NHS for the last 17 years. And I certainly hope to see change in May next year when the Scottish Parliament elections happen. But in relation to...
How well do you think the Lib Dems are going to do?
Yeah, it's important to understand the Lib Dems are in no position to criticise, at least not in Scotland, because the NHS in Scotland is the best functioning NHS in the country. You know, it's much better than NHS in England or in Wales, you know, in that order, Scotland, England, Wales, in terms of their success in terms of running the NHS. And second of all, literally the only time in history were the Liberal Democrats in government to foresee the running of the NHS, they saw the longest sustained decrease in funding as a percentage of GDP in the NHS literally ever. The Lib Dems were patient zero for the reduction in spending on the NHS and the fucking spiraling of the waiting list that we're seeing right now. They are literally the last people to be criticising the SNP as the Lib Dems on healthcare.
5p bag tax. Yeah. Just saying.
NHS England, you know, from my party's perspective, we broadly welcome what the government is proposing to do, but I think we always have to be really careful when we're talking about this top...
So that's the third largest party in Parliament who also agree. So there's just one opinion. There is just one opinion. Brilliant. So it's not even a mono-party from the two parties. It's now a tripartite mono-party. Brilliant.
Down reorganisation and also talking about saving a lot of money. Frankly, I think people are quite cynical about politicians talking about how much money things will save and then at the same time cutting winter fuel allowance, etc., because there's a £22 billion black...
Okay, I just want to say, look inward. Look inward. Take the statement you just made and apply it to yourself and shut the fuck up.
hole to fill. But the big issue for me, and I think a big issue for my party, and it's true for me in Scotland as well, is about social care. And our view is if you do not fix social care, you commented on looking after your wife, and thank you for doing that, because unpaid carers save the NHS billions and billions of pounds. But if we don't actually solve social care as an issue, we are...
We're not going to mention at all there that shouldn't need to be a fucking thing. It shouldn't need to be a thing. There should be carers. There should be facilities for these people.
Say, like a care service that one could administer nationally.
Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? Oh, sorry, that's sick people communism. My bad.
We aren't actually going to get the issues with the ambulances waiting outside A&Es, the bed blocking that we're experiencing. Those are the kind of issues we need to challenge. And we are looking at that on a cross-party basis. The Liberal Democrats were very clear at the election that we would speak to any party that wanted to look at social care. And we've got the Social Care Commission coming forward.
Rotea Kinshire. Well, it's easy for the Lib Dems to not worry about funding because they can always use their Brexit bonus, right? Their Remain bonus. The people who don't know, in the 2019 election, right, parties published grey books, a manifesto that shows their costings. Thank you, John McDonnell, for popularising this method. And in the Lib Dem grey book for the 2019 manifesto, literally all their public spending was funded by a £40 billion Remain bonus, which is just the money they reckon they could get extra if we rejoin the European Union.
Definitely, yes. And were those costings also in euros? Because they'd fucking have to be.
I really want to see parties meeting so that we're actually tackling that issue, so that come the next election, you all see those results.
Fine, so the
Also,
question is, will the abolition...
hang on, was their policy not even to have a referendum then, just to rejoin the European Union?
I didn't even know at this point.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it was just because it was cancel Article 50, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, well, of course, yeah. Yeah, silly me.
Of NHS England improve the performance of the NHS?
That's the key question, right? Is it actually going to make life easier? Is it going to make it easier for us to use the NHS and get a good service? And I think, again, there isn't actually... I was looking when this was announced. I couldn't find the evidence. I looked at places like King's Fund, which is a think tank that specialises on this. And, actually... this is good sound bites, like let's make states smaller. It's sort of what Elon Musk is doing with Doji in the US. It's saying, okay, we're going to get rid of all these civil servants. And some of that, there may be some inefficiencies in there, but we've just been through 14 years of austerity when a lot of cuts were made. I don't see that there's a lot of fat left in the civil service. And we do need people that do the planning. I'm not saying it has to be massive, but you do need people that do that. And also at this time when there's so much to fix in the NHS, because you're absolutely right, the Tories left it in a complete disaster. Do we need this kind of distraction? Like any of us that have been through restructure before, we know it's like a massive headache. So do we need this right now? Is it going to deliver? And also, this is really important. This puts it in the hands of Wes Streeting. Now, the Good Law Project did some work around where funding is coming from and where donations are coming from.
Oh, yes.
And 60% of his donations since 2015 have come from either companies or individuals linked to private healthcare. What we're seeing right now in terms of waiting lists is a two-track system. So if you've got a simple thing to do, it's going to the private sector. We as taxpayers are paying the private sector. Okay, good, because the waiting lists are going down a bit quicker. If you've got something more complicated, it's staying in the NHS, which is more difficult.
But are you saying by mentioning the funding...
Are
you saying by mentioning the funding that Wes Streeting has, I don't know if that's right or not, are you saying that he's basically being bought by private interests and that's affecting his decision?
Literally, yes. Literally, yes. Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Are you trying to impugn a member of the House of Commons? A member of His Majesty's loyal government? How dare you?
What, for having less than pure intentions with regards to their NHS policy? How dare you try and imply that someone's been bought by the private sector when literally the plan is to increase private provision by 20%, when we know that the vast majority of the staff and the fucking physical inventory that is used in the private sector is borrowed from the fucking NHS by leasing out NHS buildings or NHS staff working overtime on locum.
Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous.
Listen, what
Otherwise,
I'm saying
is that not the implication of what you're saying?
Well, that is the implication of that work that the Good Law Project has done. What I'm saying is that we have to be careful when we put this directly in the hands of politicians. We should look at where they get their donations from. Of course we should. We should look at
time out. Even if we say that Wesley Streeting is above reproach. He is one of the most ethical men ever, and how dare you? Do we not see that there's a potential conflict of interest in the Minister for Health, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, taking money from private healthcare industry? Do you not see how that's a bit of a conflict of interest and how that really oughtn't be allowed or legal?
And that's the stupid thing, is that our current system with regards to conflicts of interest, because again, you can't prove that he's bought out, you can't prove that he's doing things because he's told to, you know, but what you can say is that there is a conflict of interest there. And when it comes to this, our system is just, as long as you declare a conflict of interest, that's fine. It doesn't matter what actually happens afterwards. You just go, well, I've got this conflict of interest, it's on the books. Yeah. And what happens from there? Fuck all happens.
Yeah.
Fuck all happens.
I mean, it's not quite as bad as Donald Trump literally turning the fucking lawn of the White House into a Tesla showroom. It's not quite that level of, like, overtly corrupt. At least they're trying to kind of hide it, but it's still obviously a conflict of interest and shouldn't be allowed.
Exactly.
Private sector contracts in the NHS are now being made for longer periods of time, and we should worry about this, because in the short term you might think, okay, their waiting list going down. In the longer term, as we've learned in Thames Water, as we've learned in different privatisation like trains, it ends up costing us more. So this is my general concern
and worse
about
outcomes.
This, is that we need to make sure we still have account.
And this entire answer, which is quite good, is the reason that they got rid of her, because these are inconvenient truths about the privatisation project within the Labour Party.
Yep, that's why they ditched her, because she would speak truth to the conflict of interest between the Labour Party and the general public.
Indeed so.
Accountability.
Okay, just very quickly. I mean, Pfizer's basically saying West Street is effectively being bought off. I think that's kind of what you're implying there.
Well, I'm sorry, but you look into the numbers. You have to look behind every...
Yeah, literally, yes. And also, again, just conflict of interest. Even if he weren't acting in that way, it's the old line about it's not just that justice is done, it's that justice is seen to be done. People have to have confidence in the system. And when you have him taking that money, even if somehow it didn't possibly affect his mind, we can't have faith that that's the case, because there's an obvious conflict of fucking interest.
And like, on top of all of this, on top of everything that's being said here, right, is that if he didn't have, if there was this conflict of interest that was being put forward, right, then fair enough. That's not evidence of anything, right? But it makes it way easier to be able to make this leap when he gets into government and immediately shovels money into the private sector, right? It's not like he's done that and then not acted upon it. Because, you know, if he'd have taken money from people with links to the private sector of healthcare and then didn't do anything that put extra provision, you go, you know what, fair enough. He had that conflict of interest, but it's not actually changed policy. Yeah, he just immediately came in and announced 20% increase in private sector provision in the healthcare service, right? It's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious.
Like, he's acting in a way that you would expect someone who had been bought off by the private healthcare industry to act. Which then puts the fact that he's got 60% of his funding from the private healthcare industry, makes it look pretty fucking suspicious.
Politician, of course you do.
I'm sorry, but that is totally ludicrous. We've made more progress in 7 months in bringing down waiting times than the last government did in 14 years. Well, yes, OK, we've used spare capacity in the private sector. What's wrong?
We've just privatised the NHS. What's wrong with that?
And even then, like lots of the stuff that's brought down the waiting list isn't even their use of spare capacity, because very little of that spare capacity even exists. A lot of it has just been by putting more money in, like we said that they should do. You know, was it 26 billion extra has gone in since the election, and that's a good thing. You should say that it's a good thing. You should immediately say, right, we have done work in bringing down waiting lists by putting in the funding that was stripped away by the previous Conservative governments of the last 14 years, right? But all you're doing, they're just spreading this fucking lie that it's somehow the private sector that is the grand fucking benefactor when it comes to bringing these waiting lists down, and that's a fucking not true. It's just not true.
With that, if people are actually getting the treatment that they need. I'm very pragmatic about this. I absolutely believe profoundly in our NHS, but if we need to use spare capacity in the private sector, I'm very happy to do that.
Private sector plant inside the government, literal private sector mole thinks that the use of the private sector is good. What a surprise.
Also, a good point by Ben and chat as well is that, you know, by immediately coming into government and ending the strikes, they started bringing down waiting lists.
Yeah, having doctors actually go to work is helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, by not having an ideological opposition to any amount of dealings with trade unions helped a little.
Yeah, not declaring war on your workforce generally is good for having that workforce produce for you.
Are coming down and are coming down for their 5th month running, and Wes Streeting and the Prime Minister and the whole government are absolutely determined to invest in our NHS, and that's why we put record levels of funding in. You talk about austerity. This is not austerity. £22.6 billion pounds
Not
into
in
the
the NHS it
is
isn't.
not austerity, but we need
We're not saying you're doing austerity in the NHS, but you are doing it in welfare, for example.
Yeah. Also, you might not be doing austerity in the NHS, but you are doing privatisation, which is also bad.
So look,
at the same time.
The question is about the abolition of NHS England. That's the big announcement today. Is it going to make any kind of difference at all?
Well, we'll find out. I think the gentleman who cares for his wife, I think, made exactly the right point, which is we've got a massively bloated, unaffordable public sector that is completely...
Source?
So, yeah, go fuck yourself, mate.
Source? Like, what public sector? What public sector, right? We've had nothing but stripping away of the public sector since 1979, right? We used to have nationalised steel, nationalised air travel, nationalised trains, buses, mail, most of the healthcare service, the national grid, British gas, British petroleum, right? We had loads of nationalised companies. You know, that was a big public sector. And come 2025, literally everything that I have talked about there has been privatised. And it's just now that we've started to bring at least rail franchising back into public ownership. Not, of course, the rolling stock, which is being left out of the rail nationalisation bill. So for him to come here and claim that our public sector is the biggest it's ever been, when literally we own nothing and our entirety of our public realm has been sold off to billionaires, both foreign and domestic, and that we're rebuilding infrastructure with other fucking BlackRock rather than fucking centrally from public funding. This guy is chatting pure unmitigated bollocks, you know?
Yeah, he's literally just a neoliberal shill boy.
And the thing is you call him a neoliberal shill because what he's saying is, well, public spending as a percentage of GDP has been higher than it's ever been. And that is true, right? Public spending as a percentage of GDP is higher than it's been since the Second World War, you know? But that's a result of all of that sell-off.
Yeah.
It's a result of the fact that the corporations in this country have been deregulated to the point where they've been able to palm off all of their negative externalities onto the public purse, onto the state, right? You can't afford to be able to pay your rent, so the government has to top it up with housing benefit because landlords have been given free rein to charge as much as they want. People's wages haven't been topped up with universal credit because the corporations have been let off the hook to pay you fucking terrible wages in this country through loads of supply-side labour market reform, or a flexible labour market, as Rishi Sunak called it. So the state has to top up your wages so that you can afford to live. It is public subsidy for private gain, having capitalised all the gains in the 80s and socialised all the losses in the 90s and 2000s. That is the end result of neoliberalism. Public spending at an all-time high, public ownership at an all-time low, and the corporations getting off scot-free whilst everybody else gets nothing.
True.
Unsustainable. Not only that, it has way more power than it should. I've sat on my show interviewing politician after politician who details in excruciating levels of detail the way that our politicians are hampered by, you know, prevented from doing the things we elect them to do by people who are bureaucrats. I've said only half-jokingly that the reason I believe in an independent nuclear deterrent is that if this carries on, we can use it on Whitehall. And my point is that, you know, you're making me do something that's very natural for me.
Very funny.
But also, that's just stupid. You said that the problem is that Whitehall are the good guys who want to do things, who are stopped by the administrative state, who are stopped by the civil service, essentially. So if you're bombing Whitehall, you're killing the politicians. You're bombing the people who you say are the ones who want to do things, but their hands are tied. Surely you should be trying to get... You want to be attacking or getting rid of the people who work in fucking offices down the road.
Fiona, which is defend the Labour government. But when you talk about 9,000 job losses, we don't want to employ as taxpayers 9,000 people who are doing something we don't need them to do. We need to find those people jobs that are actually going to be productive for our economy. And if what they're doing...
Yeah, but you think that literally every government employee is unproductive. So I don't care what you have to say on this.
Again, him trying to position himself as just like a disaffected liberal and not like a very right-wing conservative is funny to me, because again, he's literally just trying to paint all public sector employees as unproductive, which is totally untrue.
Indeed.
Now is preventing things from being done properly and costing a lot of money to the taxpayer. We should be getting rid of them and finding other employment for them. So we are going to have to, guys, you've got to remember, our debt is 100% of our GDP. We talk about austerity. During that time, our debt went up. We cannot afford to carry on the way.
Thatcherism led to the national debt. I will keep repeating that. Look, prior to Thatcher, the debt was virtually nothing. She
Imagine how
exploded the national debt.
It's true. It's true. And imagine how much smaller the national debt would be, but how much bigger the government would be if we owned all of our oil and gas and we had invested it in an index fund in the 1980s rather than letting private companies be able to profit off of the natural resources that belong to all of us, you know?
Yeah.
Like, this is the end result of the politics he supports. But even then, even just getting rid of all of that, there's literally nothing wrong with having a large deficit or a large debt. Like, a large national debt is completely irrelevant, you know? Like, Mariana Mazzucato put it perfectly in 2017. Well, Italy has a smaller national debt than the UK and Germany, but their economy is in a way worse state than both of these countries, because it's about how you're growing, what you're spending money on, whether it's public investment or private investment or like private debt, consumption-led growth, all of these different things, right? The trying to judge the entirety of our economy's health off of just the fucking debt to GDP ratio is ridiculous. Because again, like you say, we're going to bankrupt ourselves. Japan's got a fucking 260% deficit as a percentage, or national debt as a percentage of GDP. Like, their economy isn't great, but they're not in a fucking like death spiral. They're not having a collapsing economy, are they?
True, but they did give the world anime, so I feel like they should be.
Where that we're going, and we're going to have to make cuts.
Let me take a couple more points. Yes, the man there in the grey sweater.
Our daughter used to work at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Birmingham, in the urology department. When we went with, or when we took her on holiday, she
was taking the piss then, was she? Urology department.
had to train her manager how to do her job because she didn't have an idea.
Well, yes, because they've been
This
trained
is
in
what
different roles.
They're talking about two lots of.
But my daughter, who did heart surgery, had to train someone who's never done heart surgery how to do heart surgery. You're brilliant. Like,
Yeah,
thank you for that outstanding piece of analysis.
People doing one job when one person should be able to do the job and not have the worker teacher just so that she could go on a holiday.
I hear you. I'm not sure that people working at NHS England would be that manager, but I hear what you're saying. Yes, there's a woman over here.
We don't employ managers to like take piss samples and stuff. Like, what are you talking about? How is that a remotely like it? Assuming he's even got the right end of the stick on that, which he's from Wolverhampton, so he probably hasn't. But assuming he's got the details of that right, it's disgusting that they're asking a manager to do the job of a medical clinician. That's ridiculous. That shouldn't be okay. Like, how is that relevant to anything? Just shut the fuck up, mate.
And I can't quite see. You've got an orange top on. Yes.
I feel that we have a lot of specialists who do not manage to do their job because they teach one day, they go to another hospital another day, and then they go to their private practice, etc., etc. And so a lot of people get lost. They fall through the floorboards, nobody deals with them. And so if you're getting rid of all of these people on NHS England, well, obviously you need to be getting some of those people to actually look at how can they make the system better? How can it be better administered?
Well, that's what they're supposed to be doing now, but
Yeah,
they're being
not.
got rid of.
They're not.
Okay. NHS is a subject we come back to pretty much week after week as well. So I'm gonna park it there for now. Let's hear from Karen. Karen MacDonald. Where are you sitting? Oh, right at the back, yeah.
if the proposed benefit cuts are supposed to get people back to work, how do you genuinely ensure that genuinely unwell people are not going to be impoverished?
So we are...
You can't, literally, the studies done into this have shown that this is not at all remotely for the benefit of the people who are actually disabled. We know that. This is just cruelty.
We understand that there is going to be a green paper from the Work and Pension Secretary, possibly next week. And there's been lots of reports about cuts to the welfare budget, possibly of as much as £5 to £6 billion. That's certainly what the BBC has been reporting. And Keir Starmer
On top of the already massive cuts that have happened over the last 20 years. Honestly, just say you fucking hate poor people and you want them to starve to death. It would be more honest.
Yep, it was funny to me that the Arbeitsmacht-Frei Brigade, they all put their letter together saying the biggest failure of the Conservatives was not being punitive enough in the welfare state, which has just been decided by global analysis to be one of the weakest ones in the Western world.
Yeah, and has led us to be have our poorest people to be poorer than some of the former citizens of Yugoslavia.
Yep, and it caused our children to have stunted growth compared to our European peers.
Yes, and indeed their previous generational compatriots as well. Absolutely ridiculous. But I imagine Konstantin Kisin will be like, actually, this doesn't go far enough. We need to kill all poor people.
Workhouses.
Yeah.
has talked on more than one occasion about how, there is a moral duty where people can work, they should work. Can I just ask you, Karen, you've asked this question, is this something you're worried about?
It's not something that I'm particularly worried about personally, but I know that there are so many people who will suffer because they aren't going to be able to get the benefits that they need to be able to survive if they're forced to, if they're not allowed to claim the benefits that they need.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Faiza, the incapacity and disability benefits cost last year almost £65 billion, which is more than 3 government departments put together. Do you agree that there should be cuts to the welfare bill?
I don't agree. I don't agree with directly cutting people's money. And, it's really striking, isn't it, the last few weeks? There's always money for war, but not for the poor. And here we are. True. Okay, there's people, disability benefits. My own mum, I saw her go through this and the cuts under the Tories. Right? She had heart failure. Did she want heart failure? Absolutely not. She was in her mid-50s. They came, they harassed her. It was absolutely heartbreaking to see. And anyone that knows someone that's been through that, you'll know the lack of dignity. And underlying this, and I'm so upset and shocked to see this come from a Labour government, is an idea that somehow people that are struggling, people that are on benefits are all cheating. That's just not the case. That's just not the case. That's the implication for always going for this group of people. And honestly, there is so many better ideas on which to raise money, more money. The richest in this country, the ultra-rich, have got so much richer in recent years, even during COVID, actually especially during COVID. And if we just took just a small percentage of those with over 10 million in wealth, which is something most of us couldn't imagine, and put a 2% tax on that, that could raise £24 billion a year.
Faiza, let me ask you about that. Faiza, so you're an economist, so
True.
Obviously you are...
There you go. Round of applause. Good stuff.
First one of the night, isn't it?
Yeah.
First one of the night.
First one of the night for, again,
We have
just some
3
basic social democracy. Nothing too crazy.
And we're only 3 questions in. Well, so we are a full 3 questions in, and this is the first of actual applause. It's for taxing the rich. Absolutely. She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. And again, it's true that they tried to imply that people were taking the mickey. In fact, that's direct quote from Killer Kendall, was that she believes people are taking the mickey when the PIP fraud rate is effectively 0%. When that's what these reforms are targeted at, the disabled specifically, the sick and disabled. It's not people in work who shouldn't be getting topped up anyway, they should have good wages. And it's not against job seekers, it's against the sick and disabled very specifically, under the proviso that they think these people are scroungers, or under the idea that cutting their welfare is going to make it easier for them to look for work, when it'll make it harder for them to look for work. It'll make them harder for them to be able to look after themselves, to make them better so that they can start working. Who the fuck is going to employ them if they have so little money they can barely look after themselves?
Hang on.
Do what it says on the tin.
Indeed so. And again, another good answer from Faiza Shaheen, which shows why she was kicked out of the Labour Party. Because the one policy, the one opinion that's allowed is the rich can just get richer and richer and richer, and the poor have to be immiserated to the point of starvation. And she's gone, actually, no, there is another way. And that can't be allowed.
True.
Well versed in this, so you will know better than I do that there are many countries that have introduced wealth taxes and that have abandoned them because either they haven't worked or because they have brought in so little money. So what makes you think that the United Kingdom can do something that so many other countries have failed to do?
Interesting, very neutral analysis you have there.
And also, it's just not true. It's just like, I mean, there are some countries that have cancelled their wealth taxes, but it's because different governments came in and they didn't want to tax the rich. It's as simple as that, right?
Have you noticed how
Norway...
conservative governments came in and did the conservative thing? Checkmate.
Exactly. And like, you look at Norway, which was widely reported as having a wealth tax that didn't work, when actually the opposite is true. Economist, whatever the fuck his name was, the guy from Twitter, economist James Medlock actually went through the Norwegian government's own data on this and literally showed that it had increased the amount of money that it was making in terms of the increase in the rate at which they were paying, which went from 0.8 to 1.1% in terms of their wealth tax, right? That did increase overall government revenue, didn't see a massive level of capital flight either, but some fucking tweet from Elon Musk lying about it from some like back of the fag packet maths meant that the AI algorithm from Google continually references that rather than the actual work done by James Medlock to debunk this lie that it didn't raise money.
Yeah, and also when you said that word, you meant cigarette packet. Just for anyone who might be a person who works for Twitch or YouTube.
Well, some countries
raising revenue.
But we always focus on the failures. There's also countries that have done well with their wealth taxes, and countries that are introducing them right now. So Spain,
usually
Norway.
as a one-off tax for 1 year.
No. It's a really good question. So I worked with governments around the world, actually.
You're just lying. Like, why are we allowed? Why is the moderator just allowed to fucking lie? Like, no, Norway didn't just do it for 1 year. They've continually had it, and they just increased the rate of it in 2023. There's something they've continually had. This is a lie.
Yeah,
it's a total lie from the fucking supposed neutral moderator.
It's because she has a class interest in making sure that the wealthy are protected.
True.
Literally. Because notice, when it comes to defence spending, she didn't question that.
Nope.
That was just accepted. Yeah, no, we can increase defence spending enormously. Yeah, that's fine.
That were looking at this. And one thing they did was that they were very clear about what the money was going to be used for. They spoke about it in terms of solidarity. And so the public was really behind it. And so the rich knew that there wasn't really much they could do to argue against it. We're at a time when we want to increase defence spending, when we want to improve services, when we're dealing with a climate crisis. This is a really key moment to say, do you know what? The riches have got so much richer in this country. You can put in a bit more at this point because there's so much we need to sort out in this country. There's so much we need to do to make sure the next generation has a better life. I'm genuinely really worried for my 1-year-old's future. And you say this about people moving abroad. Some of my colleagues at London School of Economics went and spoke to rich people. And do you know what they said? They said, oh, yeah, I do say that, but I actually did move to Geneva for a while, and I came back because I love the opera in London, and my kids are at this private school, and what have you. You know, it's not just money. There's other things that are involved as well. So we might lose a couple of rich people, but in general, actually, people do stick around.
So
That's actually
that couple of rich people.
Yep.
The study shows 11,000 people.
11,000 people are going to leave, are they? Okay, babe.
So the studies he's referencing are people who left because of change in the non-dom tax days. These bitches weren't paying taxes anyway. Get to fuck. Sling your hook. Couldn't give a shit.
Yeah, I will drive you to the airport, you fucking sponges.
Because most of the people who have like serious levels of wealth in this country do so because they own things like our financial instruments and our property. You can't fucking pick up the property market in London and move it to the Cayman Islands. You know, you can't just pick this shit up, right? Yeah. Imagine, if you will, that a billionaire in China was told by the Chinese Communist Party, we don't want to like you pay your tax, and they said no, we're now going to be off overseas. We're gonna be base for tax purposes in Macau or some shit. Do you think Xi Jinping would just go, oh yeah, go on then, mate, go on then? No, he'd send the fucking goon squad round.
Yeah.
And you know what? He doesn't get many things right, Xi Jinping. I'm pretty critical of Xi Jinping, but on this one thing, critical support.
Yeah, the Winnie the Pooh goon squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And by goon squad, I mean people who go around and ask very nicely for them to hand over their money for the tax.
Oh, I thought you meant long.
That's literally all I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh no, I thought you meant it was about long periods of masturbation. No, not that kind of. Oh, okay, no. Well,
because of the Labour non-dom budget, 11,000 millionaires have left. That's the equivalent
They weren't
of 500,000 average taxpayers.
But they weren't paying tax.
yeah, they weren't paying tax. They weren't paying tax, so it's the equivalent of zero taxpayers. Actually,
1/3 of the income tax. So if these people do leave, and they can leave because the world is a small place to them, that is repercussions, which is why we saw.
Yeah, but we
Rachel
can
Reeves
stop their wealth leaving as well. That is a thing we could also have, some backbone about.
And you don't even need to speculate. You don't even need to speculate, right? Look at Roman Abramovich and Chelsea Football Club. Just took it off him.
But that's fine, because that's because of Russia and that. So, but that's different for reasons. Honest.
Davos say she's going to make changes to her non-dom policy. Now, there's an argument over why she listens to them, not farmers and anyone else. But fundamentally,
oh, the
we
farmers
want them to be wealthy, to bring more wealth to be able.
Oh my god! Oh, she listens to the millionaires, but she doesn't listen to the farmers, who are also fucking millionaires, right?
Yeah.
If they're farmers who are going to be paying agricultural inheritance tax, right, part with the 20% agricultural property relief, they have to have at least £3 million in assets, right? Yeah, she's not listening to the millionaires, like the millionaire farmers. It's interesting that the group that he wants to defend are not indeed the immiserated disabled people who are going to get fucked even further by Killer Kendall. No. It's the beleaguered multi-millionaire farmers. Don't give a shit, mate. Pay your fucking taxes.
I was about to say, so the only people who we would lose would be 11,000 tax dodgers who weren't paying tax, and not farmers, people who own land as a tax dodge who don't pay tax.
Literally.
So what are we actually losing? Literally, what are we losing?
Able to fund the NHS side.
I really want to come back on this.
The only other country that's lost more millionaires in the world is China. And so we're seeing that happen right before our eyes because of the consequences of the
the goon squad. The goon squad.
Behaviour. Non-dom
also,
are not
worth
paying
pointing
as
out,
tax as they should.
Lots of Chinese companies are at least partially SEOs, right? So there's a lot of state ownership of lots of parts of the economy there. So if people who are rich from those companies leave, the actual productive capacity is still staying in China. Yeah. Whereas, if we piss off our neoliberal overlords in the West, they can just pick up sticks and move production to Ireland, for example, right? That's a really big problem that we have with regards to the total privatization of the economy. And again, the issue with China is the authoritarian nature and the lack of democracy. But the shape of the economy in terms of level of state ownership is absolutely something I think we should emulate.
You're saying because some of them are thinking about leaving, and be careful about this because rich people often say they're going to leave and then they don't.
They have left. They've left.
Well, they're putting their tax somewhere else.
Okay,
before...
the fucking audio's gone well out of sync, so I'll refresh and hope to find it, I guess, because that's ridiculous.
Also, it's worth pointing out as well that one of the proposals in the Nouveau Front Populaire in France with regards to their taxation reforms was to have an exit tax, right? So their program went to government when they won the last election was to have an exit tax. If you tried to take your wealth offshore, they would tax a proportion of that wealth that you tried to move.
Yep.
And that's something we could also do.
Yeah. Whereas the only thing we had was a Brexit tax, but thankfully the Lib Dems are going to stop that and have a Brexit dividend.
True.
So.
It's a really good question. So I worked with governments around the world, actually, that were
Okay,
looking
it's
at
still
this.
out of sync. So is it just at their end it's out of sync then?
Maybe.
And one thing they did was that they were very clear about what the money was going to be used for. They spoke about it in terms of
we've
solidarity.
seen this, yeah.
And so the pub...
You what, sorry?
We've seen this bit, yeah.
Oh, have we? Oh, I don't know. I was
That's the worst bit, yeah.
Going about the farmers.
4 millionaires in the world is China. And so we're seeing that
China.
happen right before our eyes because of the consequences of the Labour budget.
Why should we reward bad behaviour? Non-DOMs are not paying those tax as they should. And so you're saying, because some of them are thinking about leaving, and be careful about this, because rich people often say they're going to leave and then they don't.
But
they have left. They've left.
Well, they're putting their tax somewhere else before the new rules.
Well, then they might as well have left.
That's different, right? And so this is a future-forward policy, and others could make the argument for why this needs to change. But what I want to go back to is that there is a choice. You have to make political choices. So can we leave disabled people alone and look to the richest and say, do more, right? That's a political choice.
All right.
There you go.
Constantine, well, there's much sense in what you're saying on other things. And look, obviously the story with your mother is something that's familiar to other people, and it's shocking. The reality of this is that there are basically 3 buckets of people that the sickness, long-term sickness, deals with. You've got people like your mother, you just need the help, they're not going to be able to work, and that's what it is. And they need all the help that we can give them. There's the other group of people who are effectively in a position where they've had some kind of temporary setback in their life. They may not feel well enough to work just now. And what happens to way too many of those people is they get trapped in the system. And one of the reasons is that there are situations for many, many people where it makes no sense for you to go back to work because you're going to actually have less money at the end of it. So we've got to end that.
Yeah, exactly, by forcing employers to pay a living wage. Yeah.
Yep, make work pay, and then it won't be better to be on welfare. Not that it's saying it even would be. Like, I think these examples are overhyped. And on top of this, you say, oh, they're simply had temporary setbacks, they've not been able to work for a little bit, and they get stuck in the system. Yeah, because the healthcare that's necessary for them to get out of what level of like sickness they currently have isn't available because of all of the waiting lists, because we stripped funding away from the NHS, which you say is a good thing because you want to make the state smaller. Like, you are the one whose ideology has created this self-perpetuating doom loop.
Yeah. Also, I can't wait for him to get to the 3rd bucket, as he describes these people, of the complete cheats who are definitely there. Honest, they're definitely there, and we can find them.
Because we're leaving millions of people at this point on the scrap heap and doing that. Then also there is a much smaller group of people who are just taking advantage of the system, and we've got to get better at filtering them out as well. So yes, it's very important. We're very clear about who belongs in which bucket.
At least he said that it was a small group. A lot of people try and pretend that it's a huge group when it really is not very big at all. No. You know, and even if that's the case, the current reforms just affect everybody regardless of that status, whichever quote-unquote bucket they fall into, right? Yeah. If you're disabled or sick, you are just getting reduction in your welfare under the current plans that will leak to Anushka Astana at ITV News, okay? Yep. So none of this actually stops, for example, dealing with people who are cheating the welfare system, you know? Like, if you want to deal with people cheating the welfare system, you can do that. Cutting PIP away from the fucking disabled doesn't do any of that shit.
Yeah. Again, it's just cruelty for the sake of it, which is, again, what Konstantin Kisin supports. Whether he would ever admit it, I doubt, but that is what he wants.
But we cannot leave millions of, including many, many hundreds of thousands of very young people on the scrap heap with no chance to get back into work. And very often, it's not because they can't, it's because we don't give them the help they need, because it's easier. Take your money and shut up. That's what we do with them, instead of giving them CBT, all sorts of job skills, training, etc. That's where we should be putting the money.
That costs more money, though, so that wouldn't lower the budget.
I'm not saying we should lower the budget necessarily. What we should be doing
is
getting people...
Stop lying. You are saying that. You lying cunt.
But I mean, the thing is, even if he's not lying, the point is the point is the salient thing here, and I don't think he's incorrect. Like, you should be spending more money on things like having a job centre that is not there to punish people; it's there to help people. But that's not what Killer Kendall wants.
No.
Well, back into work, because when people are working, they pay taxes, and then we make more money, and that's what we really should be focusing on.
Yes, man here.
Yeah, I'd just like to agree with the lady that put the question to the panel. People with disabilities, like myself, when we get a letter come through the post to say that you're going to have a reassessment and so on, the amount of anxiety
And
and
fear.
worry that causes, makes your disability a bit more severe. And I
And
know
how,
people.
how often do you get a letter like that?
Well, it can vary. You can have a review, you can have a reassessment, you can just have a phone call assessment, which I'm a big critic of. Because if you're going to have an assessment, it's good to see the individual and exactly the disability that they have, plus with the medical evidence. So I think...
Okay, but there's a small problem with that in that either that forces people who can't travel to travel, or you then have to pay doctors to travel out to people, which is way more expensive. So it doesn't... I agree you can't do medical assessments purely over the phone, but you either have to vastly increase the amount of money you're spending on the checking of this, or you just allow some slack in the system.
The assessments on a practical level are very, very poorly done, because sometimes you're talking to someone on the phone, you can't hear them very well. The questions are sort of, they can be a bit tricky.
So when you hear the government say the welfare bill is kind of ballooning out of control and needs to come down, do you have any sympathy with that at all?
I've got a suggestion, if I can put to
Of
the
course.
panel. Yeah, I read some time ago in one of the major papers that the V&A Museum has millions of treasures in their vaults which will never see the light of day. Yeah, the amount of exhibitions and treasures that are put on show is only 2-3% of the amount of treasures that Great Britain has. Those treasures are never going to come out the vaults. Get them out, sell
Right,
them,
okay.
make the money, and put
The
that
argument
money
is
in.
to shock therapy our collectively owned priceless treasures that we stole from other countries. Maybe give them back.
Give them back, because they're not ours. The ones that are ours, put them in other museums rather than wasting them. And even if we sell them collectively, do you think that would even get to 500 million? $1 billion?
Well, just in general, right? So you could put them up in a museum and charge people to see them, and they would generate revenue over and over again. You sell them off once, that's one windfall that you never reap future dividends from. This was the false economy of the privatizations of the Thatcher regime, right?
Yeah. I hope you're okay and that you don't get any money cut from you, sir. But I also hope that no one ever listens to you ever again about anything political. Because you're a fucking idiot. Again, I can just say the fine denizens of Wolverhampton have shown themselves to be what I knew they to be. Dullards.
To, these...
The welfare bill.
The welfare bill.
Now, I have to say, that is not a suggestion I have ever heard before.
Because it's stupid. Very stupid.
Why are you clapping? Why?
It's not an idea I've heard before either, but I think... Look,
Would you support it? Then I would like to know.
Keep hearing this,
Not sure.
Like,
look,
with
I
the
think-
Birmingham Council shortfall, people were saying, they should sell their collection of artwork. And I'm just like, we can only sell it once.
Yep.
And then it's going to be in the vault of some art dealer, billionaire wanker. Like, no, this is public property.
Yep.
Just fund councils properly and tax the bloody rich.
Yep.
We can all agree that the current system is failing lots of people. It's failing young people. 1 in 8 people not in employment, education or training. That's not good enough. That nearly 1 million young people in that situation. Nearly 3 million people out of work due to ill health. We're the only major economy in the world whose activity rate, employment rate, still hasn't recovered from the pandemic. We've got a big problem here. And this is about employing the values that I hold dear in the Labour Party of equality and justice and also dignity in work.
Fuck off. Fuck off, you lying bastard. You do not have any such principle. You haven't done for a very long time.
Also, the dignity of work, i.e. pissing in bottles for Amazon.
Yeah. Dignity. Not dignity in being alive, only so much as you're useful to be exploited by billionaires.
And that's the thing, right? That's what she means. She says the dignity in work, right? Also, sorry, she said dignity. Did she say dignity in work, or did she say dignity of work?
Oh god, we have to go back. Hang on. We can only go back 20 seconds.
of work due to ill health. We're the only major economy in the world whose activity rate, employment rate, still hasn't recovered from the pandemic. We've got a big problem here. And this is about employing the values that I hold dear in the Labour Party of equality and justice, and also dignity in work. This is about
Dignity in
people.
work.
So how do you
Okay, well that means like dignity of work would be really fucking Max Weber Protestant work ethic shit, which to be fair is what I think Liz Kendall is espousing. But at least she says dignity in work, which is about having a job that you are dignified in doing, rather than the dignity of the fact that work is something that you're doing. You know, there's different framing, but
yeah.
It's Pfizer then, because Pfizer's not buying that.
Well, no, I know she isn't, but I don't
Well,
think we'll
I mean,
agree on
and-
this. But, I mean, look, this is about ensuring that the system stops failing people who are suffering from ill health, stops failing young people,
But you're not.
crucially, stops failing...
How does
That's not
cutting
what
their
you're
money
doing.
do that exactly?
yeah, like cutting their money is just making them more immiserated, which is going to fail them even further, because it's going to be harder for them to be able to find jobs. And even if you want to do it like a cold calculating capitalist utilitarianism here, you know, like the employers are also going to be worse off, because the people that you want to make them employ by trying to force them into the job market that they clearly aren't in the fit state to do are going to be people they're going to be paying money to who can barely do the fucking job because they're in ill health, right?
Yep.
The reason why our country is unique in not recovering our labour force participation rate post-pandemic is because our country had a uniquely fucked healthcare service because of the previous government that you used to attack for that thing. Except now, rather than blaming the Conservatives for the one thing that you should be blaming them for, you're blaming the people themselves for not being in work. It's ridiculous.
And frankly, stops failing the taxpayer, because we have this binary system. Either you're well enough to work or you're not. But lots of people need that additional support to get back
And
into
you're
work.
taking
And
it
what
away!
about that?
You're literally taking the support away!
Yep.
Is talking about in terms of, you know, help getting back into work, you know, CBT is one thing you mentioned, but all sorts of other strategies to get people back into work, which is Pfizer also mentioned.
Yeah, we're already
That's not
doing
what-
that.
Yeah, but
We're already doing it.
work
We've
coaches, I know
launched
Trump
eight
goes,
pi- well,
but,
we've
if,
launched
but
8
helping all these
pilots.
people back into work, that's not going to be cheap. Is that actually going to save money at the end of the day? Because the idea of this is cost cutting.
Well, it should save money, yes, because our social security bill is very, very high. And if we leave it as it is, it will hit about
No, it
70
isn't.
billion.
No, it isn't. It's been much higher in the past, and we were more than able to deal with it. It was
And
fine.
also, our social security bill, spoiler alert, mostly pensions.
Yeah, mostly.
Mostly pensions, right? Trying to claim that there's somehow this ballooning and bloated welfare spending, which to be fair is quite high, again, because of the NHS failings that I pointed out before as a symptom of the pandemic, right? You know, that is absolutely stratospherical less in terms of how potentially unaffordable our pension bill might be in the future. And I don't think we should be cutting pensions. I don't think we should get rid of the triple lock or cutting winter fuel payments. What we need is more people. We need more working age people in this country to fix our population pyramid. And that will involve immigration that basically everybody on this panel, apart from Faiza Shaheen, needs to come down.
Yep.
Hands by the end of this decade. That is too high. So we need to make sure that we are giving people the support they need to get back into work. Our employment rates are too low. We need to get young people into the workforce. We need to help people. We've already launched 8 pilots, helping young people back into work and also trying to integrate NHS care and the help that you get through DWP.
Because I'm old enough to have worked on the programmes and to looked at the programmes that happened under New Labour last time round, which were actually a lot of money went into this New Deal for workers. But what they found, and the evidence was very clear, that it needs a lot of support, expensive support, tailored support. And when it does work, when more people go back into work, it's because there's more jobs available to people. And there's a contradiction here in Labour policy when you're putting a tax on employers and national insurance, making it harder for them to employ people. That's what the evidence showed for the Labour programmes the last time round. Let's look at the evidence.
Well, we think that it is absolutely critical that we get a lot of these people back into work. Those who can
Have you
work
looked at those last
should work.
programmes recently?
Oh, well, that was a long time. Look, we've come a long way since then.
Okay, all right.
And,
I'll take that as a no.
Have we?
Wendy.
I think think the challenge for me, and it goes back to what Constantine said, is when we talk about the welfare budget, I think I can agree with some of the things that Emma is saying, given that we know that the welfare budget costs an extra £70 billion a year since 2019-2020. So it has gone up by a huge amount under the last Conservative government. But what really distresses me is when we start talking about it and the first thing that comes out is personal independence payments. Personal independence payments are for people with disabilities who may be able to work.
Would you have been someone who might have supported cuts to those sorts of things, maybe, in the past?
I mean, ironically, this is one of the very few things that was created as a welfare payment by the coalition government. It was 2012 that PIP was created, but this was another reform that they had in the way in which the kind of welfare payments were given out by the state. It wasn't this kind of grant dividend to the disabled that was created specifically by the government. Remember, they got rid of things like educational maintenance allowance, bunch of other welfare cuts too during the coalition, you know.
And they cut mobility and all of that sort of stuff as well.
Well, exactly, you know, like it was a shifting around of things, but the legacy of the Liberal Democrats is hardly a glowing one. No. Also, thank you, Jack and Kevin, for the bits. Have we considered selling our soul, though? True, we could sell your soul. That would generate lots of money for the government.
I did consider doing that, but it turns out I would actually have to sell my soul, actually pay for it myself because it's so tainted.
It's not even Satan wants it.
No. It's like scrap. You have to pay now.
Jack says the Labour Party is now the party of National Socialism. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. When their newest slogan is literally Arbeitsmacht frei.
True. Although to be fair, the Nazis at least did build some fucking motorways.
Well, BlackRock will build some motorways for our current National Socialist government.
Oh, that is true. Actually, to be fair, the Nazis did also employ the Todt organisation, which is a private organisation, to do all of that. So it wasn't even properly public money anyway. It doesn't matter. It's complicated history. Thank you, Sozzle Snake, with bitty bits. Much love to you.
May not. Actually, whether they can work or not is not part of the equation in terms of personal independence payments, because all that happens when we talk about this is we cause the anxiety and distress for disabled people that the gentleman here described. It is absolutely clear that we need to be doing more to help people back into work, particularly our young people, and that actually links us back to the last question, doesn't it, in terms of getting our NHS working, particularly in relation to issues such as mental health. If we don't get the NHS working, we're not going to be able to give people the support they need to get back into work. But the final point is the one that Faiza made for me, is that actually, in terms of the economy, we need the economy to be growing. And the Labour government says that that is their priority. But, well, I'm really sorry.
Hang on, have they considered pressing the button? Because I don't think they have yet, have they?
I mean, you talking about the magic red growth button, or are you talking about the rejoin the European Union button? I wonder whether or not she's about to say that they could rejoin European Union to increase growth.
I think they're almost certainly about to say that, yes.
Emma, but a lot of the things that you're doing are not going to help with that. If we look at the national insurance contribution increases that employers are facing, just last week in Parliament, Liberal Democrat peers brought forward an amendment to that bill that ensures that social care and health providers will not have to pay those increases. That's going to come back to the Commons next week, and I'm pretty sure that the Labour government are going to vote it down again. So we're not going to actually support healthcare to help people back into work. And if the economy isn't growing, there's not the jobs for people to go into.
I just want to end that there because I've got about 7 minutes to fit in a last question. Now, when we get to this, I don't want you thinking of all the big troubles that are going on in the world. Why on earth are you talking about this? The reason we're going for this next question, because every week, quite a few people ask
I'll be honest with you. I'm just going to pause for a second and say I think we might be having an early cup of tea tonight.
Let's have a look. Let's see what it is.
I'm not holding my breath on this one.
27 minutes.
You think, we can't, sure we're not going to discuss that on Question Time. The moment has come. So, Minesh, where are you? Minesh Patel. Why can't I see? Oh, you're right there. Yeah, off you go.
So, there are potholes everywhere. Why are our roads in such a state of disrepair?
Privatisation.
Potholes. That comes up week after week.
Privatisation, lack of funding for local councils. I genuinely don't think we need to discuss it further.
I think you're right, but I'm really interested to see if members of the panel will say it. It's only 7 minutes, but it's actually one of those little things, you know, people have a minor frustration. Fiona Bruce saying, "Well, we shouldn't, don't go mad at us for discussing." I'm like, well, it's part of everyday life,
Yeah, that's
right?
fine.
But
Yeah,
it
I've
is,
got no problem
it
with
is
discussing that.
true, but
I
it's
thought
a
it was going to be really
microcosm-
dumb, like, oh, what kind of dog do you prefer? If you
Yeah.
had to be, what kind of biscuit would you be? You know, that's
You know, true, like a weird cross question fun one that Ian Dale likes to do.
Yeah.
But it is a microcosm of the problems of the shredding away of state capacity that we've had over the last fucking 45 years. So go ahead, discuss it.
Yeah.
Week after week after week. Right, Emma.
I'm not surprised that you raised this, because day after day, week after week, whenever we go door knocking, we talk to people and we say, what are the big issues? What are the things you really care about? What are the things you're really hacked off about? They often say potholes.
Yes, because there's loads of them. Okay, so according to the RAC, hang on. According to the RAC, they're an average, because we had to do a bit of a brief on this. They're an average of, I can't pretend I knew this before tonight, there are an average of 6 potholes per mile on council-controlled roads in England and Wales.
Well, look, that is shocking, and it doesn't surprise me, and it affects all of us, doesn't it? It affects us because it ruins our cars, and it affects tradespeople because it's even more of an issue for them if then they can't work as a result.
Sure. Well, we know how it affects us, which is why people ask the question all the time. What are you doing about it?
Well, we're investing £1.6 billion to ensure that we fill these potholes and we give councils the resources they need to do that.
So when can we expect... I mean, listen, I notice as I drive around the amount of potholes. I mean, it's just a nightmare. When can we expect to feel that there are fewer potholes on our roads?
Well, very soon.
I mean,
come on, Emma.
you can't really.
Come on, you've got to do better than that.
I mean, I hate to defend Labour on this one, but she's kind of right. Like, it'll happen when it happens, you know? The council's the ones who essentially have the power over these roads to do these things. It's going to be on the individual councils to use any extra funding they do have to be able to provide the maintenance procedures to do these things. But of course, this is all outsourced to other private companies who do these things. So it's going to be at the proviso of whether these go out, and also whether they actually go out and do it, or whether they actually do a good job because they're running on a private contract rather than for social utility, you know? And some councils might not do it. Some councils might not. Like, it's all up in the air, but they've got to provide the funding first. And broadly, council funding isn't increasing enough, essentially, from government, at least not to where it was in 2010.
No, absolutely. 1.6 billion is not going to be enough across all of the council areas. And even if it were, is it being ring-fenced? Because if it isn't, councils have much higher priorities.
Exactly.
Like literally every day, day-to-day, like survival of human being priorities rather than roads, which, like, it's annoying, it fucks up your suspension, but it's not, like, essential that it gets done.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is councils are in a sorry state, but both because of budget cuts and because of the massive increase in compulsory expenditure they have to engage in with regards to adult social care and temporary accommodation, which are part and parcel of our fucked NHS and our screwed housing sector, again, all as a result of conservative failure and neoliberal governance, right, which is the fault of the potholes in the first place too. And as Jack has pointed out in chat as well, a good way to make sure that roads lasted longer is to get people out of their cars. If we were investing in trains and buses and more kind of more sustainable forms of transportation, the roads wouldn't be getting pummeled by cars that have gotten heavier over the years and will get heavier as we adopt more electronic vehicles.
True, and also it's sort of symbolic, really, of the crumbling of the country, I think. Like, it's almost a sort of poetic... the roads have become the picture in the picture of Dorian Gray, where the crumbling of the country is sort of mirrored in the crumbling of its roads. We take so little care of the entire place.
I mean, the roads as an argument has been the central argument to debunk libertarianism, right? If you have an anarcho-capitalist society, where are the fucking roads going to come from? And as we have moved closer and closer to that economic framework, the roads have gotten worse and worse, and that shouldn't be a surprise.
Yes.
Well, look, we've only been in power for 7 months and we've had a terrible winter. But yes, we are giving councils more resource to fill in these potholes so that people aren't affected in the way that the gentleman, I'm sure, has been perhaps as well, because this is really a cost to people's livelihoods. Sometimes it's very unsafe as well. We haven't talked about that element of...
No, listen, you don't have to tell us that, but we all know that.
But a lot of councils are having cuts to their budget. I know my council is having cuts to their budget overall So there is, in that envelope, when they're dealing with social care and all the other crises, like actually there's not a lot of money.
Well, we are giving them additional funding to
And is,
fill the
is, and
potholes.
is it hypothecated 2 potholes? So it's not that they can say, we're a bit short of cash, we'll spend it on social care or something else. I'm putting you on the spot here because this is not something you know about.
Potholes is not my policy area.
Okay, all right, no, all right.
Do you know my favourite thing? There's a guy on TikTok who got so cheesed off with having potholes. He goes and plants flowers in them,
Yes.
and then takes pictures of them, and he's made a career out of doing this. But I would say,
But you
Stewart fill in
TikTok. Didn't Rod Stewart fill in some potholes himself?
Well,
Well,
maybe,
listen,
but-
there were potholes under the Conservative government as well.
Why am I? Is that a good thing? You think that's a good thing? That you're a twat, mate. I'm just gonna say that you're a twat.
So Rishi Sunak said, right, we're going to spend, what was it, the money, some of the money that they saved from HS2 was going to be spent, was 8.3 billion over 11 years to sort out potholes.
Yeah, well, I mean, the great thing about
Did we
this
ever
is
see that?
people care
Any of
so
it?
much about potholes. We've got local elections coming up, so look at what your council does.
Well,
and
I'm
make a
asking,
decision on them.
did we ever see any of that money? I mean, I don't remember potholes getting better
we
under
had
Conservatives.
sets of funds coming up because it is a trendy thing when elections come up to have pothole funding, as you've seen by Labour when they came in, did a 1.6 billion. I think we did a similar fund as well. It's a commonplace, but more importantly,
'Cause you're
you've
the
got
same
local
party,
elections coming
yes.
up. So you've got them coming up. I don't know if they're in Wolverhampton, but you've got your chance to look at
He
your
doesn't
councillor,
know.
who's the one who
What
gets them
surprise he
fixed,
doesn't
and
fucking
make sure
know. You think going to Wolverhampton for a politics show, you might have checked that. It wouldn't be that difficult to find out. I'm sure it's on the website of Wolverhampton County or City Council or whatever. Fuck's sake.
You support them. I hope it's a Conservative one if they're doing it, but, you know, there are other brands out there.
I just wanted to ask another question about the Employment Rights Bill.
Okay, let's
When
not
is that
do
gonna be
that because we're
passed?
talking about
Today.
Yes.
Cheeky
Who have we got
bastard.
here? Right at the very back, the man with the glasses.
During the last local elections, we had a door-knocking Labour candidate who I said to him, I will vote for you if you fix the pothole at the top of our street. And he was elected. And the very next day, that pothole was fixed. So I suggest people power is the way
Right,
to
so
get
that's
this
what you
problem
need to be
solved.
saying on the...
So they've definitely paid for the two. There was the one earlier and now this guy. Labour HQ, I mean, they've got a couple of locals in. Okay, cool.
Doorstep. Man in the blue check shirt with the glasses.
Yeah, there's a pothole at the end of my street. It's deeper than the Grand Canyon. They come along and fill it in and patch it up, and then
Yeah,
next week it's exactly the
that's a big
same
issue.
again.
I'll translate
I
for you.
can't see this.
He said he's got a pothole at the end of his street that's like the Grand Canyon. So I
We're glad
did,
we have the the Wolverhampton Whisperer on the
yes,
other line.
yeah. No, I speak yam yam. Yes.
Another hand up close to you. Yes, there. Yes, I can't see who the hand belongs to. Yes, you. Yes, there you go.
Can the central government do something more with the councils? I cycle, and I notice different counties are cycling seem to deal with their potholes some better than ever. When I cross from Staffordshire into the West Midlands, you know a difference by the amount of potholes.
Right, okay. All right, man here in the pink
Okay,
shirt.
mate.
Yeah, what always amazes me is when they do come out to fix potholes, they've clearly got a list of which ones they can do. But the one 4 foot away, they'll leave. So what, you know, how they actually manage the works is an issue. Yeah. And if somebody's already...
All right, but like, would you want to fix all of the fucking potholes in your city? Yeah, they have a set amount of work they can do in a day. Like, what the fuck do you want them to do, mate?
They fix them, but within a month, 2 months, they're back to where they were before.
Yes,
so
because you keep
is there any
driving fucking
better sort of
SUVs.
method of repairing
Well,
them?
not just that, but
As a
as you
longer-term
mentioned,
fix?
the private industries don't have any benefit to them to do the job properly. They just get
Well,
paid a set amount and that's it, and they don't give a fuck.
Well, the worse job they do, the more likely they are to need to have another contractor fill it back up again in 6 months' time.
Repeat
It's a
business,
fucking
yeah.
Infinite money glitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also, like, go back to the SUV point, right? Is that I don't know if this is an apocryphal story or something, but apparently there are more 4x4s in Buckinghamshire than there are in South Africa, which I think is crazy to think about, right?
For fuck's sake.
But I mean, whether that's apocryphal or not, right? There are too many people in this country
way
who
too many.
will drive sports utility vehicles to do the fucking school run. You do not need one. Like, look at France, look at Germany, look at any of the countries on the continent, and you will see people driving very kind of efficient and very light and useful cars for driving in cities, like hatchbacks, you know, Fiat 500 type shit. They don't need a sports utility vehicle for driving around Whitstable. You don't
Or
need...
Use your fucking legs, you lazy cunts. You can walk
and or
places.
cycle.
Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, thank you to Nellis for gigantifying an emote, which is a thing that can happen.
Woman here.
Is there some kind of a pothole formula that can be developed? Because if there are 6 potholes every 1 mile, how far will £1.6 billion go anyway?
Now, how interesting you mentioned that.
Yeah, I'm sure they have worked that out, but like, yeah, like I mean, they've basically they've not given them anywhere near enough. That's obvious, but they've got enough where they can pretend that it's something. So they essentially work out not necessarily per pothole, but like per administrative district, how much money they need to give in order to be able to make it seem like they give a fuck. Basically, is what they do. That's what central government always does. Doesn't want to actually fucking solve the problem, because fundamentally these parties don't think the government can solve problems.
Mm.
Why don't you mention that? Because, as I say, I had to gin up on this because I knew we were going to be doing it. So the government announced a new AI tool, I'm telling you, Sam, I expect it's news to you, to predict potholes before they form, allowing roads to be repaired earlier and more cheaply. Surrey County Council are apparently trialling it. When?
Well, as the Scot in the panel here, obviously...
AI is shit, and it needs to die.
Yeah, I'm so sick of it just being touted as some panacea to literally every single one of our countries. It was very frustrating. Also, thank you, Ariana Jasmine, for the 42-party raid. Welcome in.
Fuck yes.
To the No Justice stream. Of course, just kind of the back end of the show, but it's good to see everybody come in. I'm No Justice MTG. I'll talk about UK politics from a socialist perspective 6 days a week. If that sounds like something that's interesting to you, please drop a follow. It is free, and you can also subscribe to my YouTube at No Justice MTG for free as well to help support the channel. I am here streaming with my co-host, with the co-host, Kevin Logan, also socialist, also from the UK, also streams around about 6 times a week as well. You can go follow him too. He covers a lot more American stuff than I do. Say hello.
Hello, Ariana's people, the old frogs, may remember me. We did a debate together with Destiny, of all people. It was a thing.
You did
ago.
Do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Everyone go and follow Ariana, who's fucking dope.
Kevin's stream is twitch.tv/KFLogan1875. And for everyone on my end, that's Ariana Jasmine _ for Twitch. And I think if you just search Ariana Jasmine or The Progressive Brat on YouTube, you should be able to find her channel to subscribe there as well. She also posts her content that's edited on her YouTube channel as well. Well worth a follow.
Very much so.
Thankful to Tar Macadam for our roads in the first instance. But I think, we all know the trunk roads are managed on a national basis. I don't drive often in England, but I represent a rural constituency, and potholes are a huge issue. They come up on the door knockings as well. But we've always, as our Liberal Democrat group and Fife Council, we've always negotiated additional money for potholes in the budget because of that. But I think I share the absolute frustration of temporary repairs for potholes. Actually, it's not about potholes, it's about ensuring overall roads maintenance.
That's a good question. What did happen to Destiny? Oh yeah, no, he ended up maybe doing some sexual assaults.
Sex criminal Destiny, maybe.
Again, judge me by my enemies, chat.
True. Thank you, Jack, for the 5 gifted.
Potholes don't appear in the first instance.
Is anyone here an expert in road maintenance or just on the off chance? You never know who we've got in the audience. Right, okay. There's someone right at the back in the middle who had their hands up. Yes.
I'm a motorcyclist.
Oh, hang on. Who's speaking now? Yeah. Oh, you are? Okay, we'll hear from you and then the person at the back. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a motorcyclist, and I've recently relocated from London to Wolverhampton, which is my hometown. I've always been very aware of potholes because it's a big deal when you're a motorcyclist, as I'm sure it's for a cyclist. But I have noticed a very large number of potholes in this region compared to London.
Are people calling him that? Do you mean Epstein?
Sex Pestiny?
Epstein works
Steeny.
quite well, and yeah, okay, we'll leave
Also
it there.
funny, funny for him to say, well, since I've moved from London to Wolverhampton, I've seen more potholes. Yeah, because the fucking the broad London budget, both within the councils and within mayoralty, is fucking gigantic. Because that's where all the money in the country is. Weird how I moved to a left-behind post-industrial town where there's fuck all left and the council's gone to shit. Isn't it really weird how that works, right?
Maybe that's what we need to do. Just get Londoners to travel around the country. And then maybe they might have some fucking empathy and go, you know what we should do? We should invest any amount of money north of Watford.
When we talk about funding, can we be sure there's going
Or
to be
maybe
a fair
they'll
distribution
just,
of
or
that
maybe
funding to-
what will actually happen is they'll just declare themselves independent and cut us off. Which is also, let's be honest, more likely, I think.
Yeah.
And the right further back, yes.
But the dickheads have forgotten.
even-
If they cut us off, we've got the oil pricks. It's not in the fucking Thames estuary, is it?
Thinking about using
Oh, that
AI
is
tools for
pronouns in bio. Oh, come
Immediate
on now.
pronouns in bio.
Come
We
on.
stand the pronouns.
Absolutely.
predicting potholes, and how do we know that will be accurate? Why can't we just focus on maintaining the health of our roads in general?
I have to say, I did think, I don't know if you need to use AI, or you could just tell the council. I mean, we all see them, don't we? Constantine, bet you didn't think you'd be talking about this tonight.
No, I'm glad we're tackling the big subjects. If Vladimir Putin tuned in to find out what this pesky Brits are going on about, he's tuned out by now.
Emma and I, door knocking, it comes up week after week.
I'm actually only joking because I got a hint that this might be coming up. I spoke to everyone I know and everyone said it was bad. And actually, I had some friends visiting from Ukraine who live in the middle of a war zone. And we were driving.
Hang on,
And they looked...
what do you mean you talk to people you understand? Are you not aware of roads? What did you have to talk to other people about this?
Also, for a budget ball in chat, if you like the fucking pronouns meme, I have the pronouns guy, the angry pronouns guy, as an emote, which you can subscribe to do. You can
See,
get
now,
access to it by subscribing.
Yeah, I thought that was a toe, but apparently that's a human.
There's literally a human face. It is not indeed a toe.
around where there's quite a lot of potholes here, Constantine, so it's clearly an issue, and it sounds, based on what we've heard tonight, that the way to solve it is to have another election.
Right, I've got 20 seconds left. Let's have one more. Yes, person here in the front in a white T-shirt. You got to be brief, 20 seconds.
Yeah, the problem is you've got one person fixing the pothole, another 3 people watching him fixing the pothole, and 2 people sitting in the van watching them all doing X amount of jobs.
They're doing the AI.
I am sure the people who mend the roads would take great acceptance.
Ha ha ha. Can I go to bed now? Because
Look, so the adult in the room is about to speak, Kev.
Oh God.
To that, but anyway, who said we don't tackle the big subjects? Okay, we've done potholes at last. Right, that is all
No
for this
Pfizer?
week. Thank you very much to the panel.
No, Lefty doesn't get to speak.
What?
I don't know.
Why do we just not know Faiza Shaheen for this question? That's so sad, because she would probably say the same thing that I would, that it's fucking neoliberalism's fault.
Well, no. Why ask the Economist about something that involves the use of money? Why not ask Trigonometry Man?
True.
Who doesn't seem to
True.
understand what roads are or something. He lives in a field? I don't know. He's unaware of the concept of potholes. Okay, brilliant. Thanks for that. Oh, sweet baby Jeebus. That was, again, as always, atrocious.
It was
Pfizer was
atrocious,
good.
yeah.
Pfizer was good, but the fact that Kissing keeps getting on, even though he's a little weird fascist boy, and then 3 absolute fucking no marks. Just
Absolutely, the Melt Brigade, a real fucking Melt Brigade.
Not just melty, because they're all fucking melty. They're not going to put anyone good. But, just nobody's. They don't even put on, a character you've fucking seen before. Who do they dredge? Honestly, they're such non-entities, they could just dredge up random fucking people at this point. And you just go, he's the MP for Huntington? Okay, yeah, fair enough, that makes sense. That could be true. I don't know.
They could even bring on YouTubers, or Twitch streamers for that matter.
Well, they literally have. Christine Kissing is just a YouTuber.
It's true. He is literally just a fucking YouTuber at the end of the day.
Pathetic.
isn't he?
Yeah. Look, if they're
It's
going
like
to
when they
have
bring on
scum
Piers
like
Morgan
that
onto fucking Laura. They bring on fucking Piers Morgan onto Laura Kingsburg, and he's literally just a YouTuber.
literally just a YouTuber, which makes him, pun scum. If you're broadcasting on YouTube, there's something desperately wrong with you, frankly.
Absolutely.
And on that bombshell, I'm going to bed.
It's time to end.
It is.
Where should we read?
Wherever. I don't fucking care at this point.
The surfs, get some clout.
Yeah, let's go surfy surf, boys. Okie
No
doke.
worries. Thank you everybody for joining, and thank you Raiders. Please drop a follow if you liked the very snippet of what you saw here. We'll be back. Kev's back tomorrow. It's my day off on Fridays, so you can go watch Kev with Christy Winters, old school duo, at 6 p.m. usually on Fridays, right?
Yeah, 6 p.m. start, which is 1 p.m. on the east coast of Americana land. Unless it's daylight savings time, in which case it may be different. I don't fucking know anymore.
Yeah, which is twitch.tv/KFLogan1875 and at Ploppy111 over on YouTube.
So you're better at this than me, and it's my fucking channel. Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, everyone go and follow No Justice MTG immediately on all platforms.
Do it. And as always, take care and stay safe. And of course,
Free Palestine.
From River Tootsie. Bye.
Bye.